Hello everyone, I think we are live. So thank you everyone for being in the chat. It's not my usual traffic, but it's always cool to see new people come, and especially since I have such a nice guest than Kibs. So thank you again, Kibs, for being here.
No problem. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. As soon as Arch said, "Yeah, you can message him," I said, "Okay, you didn't have to push me that much. I would have tried anyway, but if you say he will answer, okay." So yeah, it's a pleasure, and it's even more pleasure because we kinda in a small way have the same profile. We are two creators deeply passionate about the universe they are trying to create, and you I quite ahead of me, sure, but you talk much passionate about your craft, about how you vision the gameplay of the game you're doing, about the lore, about the storyboard, about you almost give lessons in some of your video.
I like to try to help people along because I know what it's like when you don't know what you're doing. Because when I first started, I had no idea what I was doing.
Yeah, you talk about that because the first iteration about your universe is like you were a kid. I don't know what's your age now, but I think you're quite young, like in your 20s, right?
Yep, I'm 27 now. When I first started, I was about 6 or 8, around that
Yeah,
ballpark.
the literal sandbox.
Yeah, quite literally.
So it was enough for me to try to reach a hand, and quite fast you said, yeah, okay. So I crafted some question. I hope they will be interesting to you and not the same. What's your first inspiration? What drives you to do that? So I spend a lot of time listening to you, watching some of your videos, and hear your quite famous rant with your bickering bunch, as like you say. And I see some of them in the chat too. So thank you, Disco, to be the only one with a brain in the Skaven RP. Thank you very much from
Sam.
many people.
Sam. I see how this is. He wants to get with Disco. I understand how
Oh
this works
man,
now.
if you knew my girlfriend, no,
Oh, sneaking around.
I don't have the liberty to try to to test new grass.
Oh no. Think you've dug yourself a hole there.
No. But yeah, we can even talk about some of your collaboration with Arch. But first, just let's talk about what you do, which is the Legend of Terrestria. And my first question, and you spoke a little about that, but not too deeply, is one of the first choice you did was taking the independent route, and it's a big choice, and many people who took that route don't understand what that means. And I think you're not a total idiot. Sometimes yes, but most of the time no. And what was the thing that make you say, yes, this is my choice, my route, this is what I have to say?
What pushed me down the path of going independent rather than going the traditional route? Because a lot of people I talked to, and my uncle included, because I had relatives who worked in the industry, were like, you can work, via getting an internship, getting into a company, and then slowly just, working your way up as you would normally, eventually to being able to do your dream project, and that might take a considerable amount of time. It takes many years to build up the influence, the reputation, and within another company to eventually be given the opportunity and maybe the opportunity to work on your own project. Adversely to going independent, which, like you said, is very risky.
Yeah,
But at the same time, the
and it
power of going
costs
independent. Oh, go ahead.
much money.
Yes. Oh God, I don't. We'll get into that. That's a whole
Yeah.
other can of worms.
But that's maybe the most important thing people forget. It costs a damn lot of money.
Yes, it does, and it also depends on what you're doing. Like if you're writing a
Yeah,
book, not as bad. You still got to pay for the cover art because that's going to be expensive, but it's more manageable. If you're developing a video game, you got to get the music, you got to get the art, you got to get the code, and if you can't afford to get the code, you have to work up some sort of agreement on how you're gonna, distribute payment to everyone
yeah.
once it's all said and done.
How many people do you have on your team right now?
Our team total, hold on, I will count them. I'll include myself.
Because on my own, I have like two people that I pay monthly to do like a social media thing to be visible. Because if you don't manage your social media, you just disappear. People don't know you exist. But I pay my illustrator, my drawer, my people who do correction, maybe in the future translation. It costs them a lot of money. But you are on such other scale. You have to pay like thousands of dollars a month.
Yes, very, very much in the thousands
Yeah,
for optimal production. Now,
yeah.
obviously, I've already got contingency plans if I need to shore up on that, so I can go lower. And I've already worked pre-established agreements should that collapse. Should we have problems
Mm.
economically? One thing I will say is, back to the other question, it is about 16 people in total that work for Battle Damage Studios.
The fuck, man. I
Yeah,
hope you have a good job.
we're fairly chunky as far as
Yeah,
indies go. Like we're pretty big because a lot of indies can vary from one guy to two guys in the garage
yeah.
to 100 people, depending on
I
how big
thought
the
you were
studio.
like 10 tops, but no, you're going for the 20 now. It's impressive. Great.
I don't want to get too big because the
Yeah.
bureaucracy gets very messy as
But
you get too big.
just to be sure, because you are in the US, I am in Europe, so it's not the same reality about money. We don't have the same taxes, we don't get the same amount of money, etc., etc. Like for me, I have handicap pension. It's like 1,000 euros a month. But the salary in the US is not the same at all. So you have a little bit more of leeway about how you spend your money, but that doesn't mean that you should spend everything. There is a risk.
Very much. There's always a risk. I mean, even undertaking this project, one thing that I had to accept was the fact that there won't be a security
Yeah,
should things collapse because I need to invest everything in order to gain something. And that's part of the Great Leap. One of my instructors that I learned from talked about, but that was more so getting into art. There comes a point in which you're working on a passion project, and there's going to be this point in which you don't know what's on the other side. There's a great big fog, and you're gonna have to make that jump if you want to pursue your dream. You're gonna have to jump through the fog. You might not
yeah.
make it, you might fall, and that's just something that's part of the risk.
It's just you're just spitting facts, man. I'm getting some vibes of the dragon metaphor from Jordan Peterson. You have to fight the dragon, fight the unknown.
Yep, he's absolutely correct in that regard.
Yeah, I'm not a fanboy or anything, but there is something that he says when you do project like that, passion project. When it's almost like a casino. You have to understand what you're going into, and many people they just don't get it. It's like, oh, it will be easy. I can blah blah blah. No, no, you don't have a damn clue about what you're doing.
Yep, that's true. And what you say is actually, it's actually honestly it should be talked about more because in
Yes.
regards to that, a lot of people who get into the indie scene, a lot of people who I know, and I've seen so many people fail that most people don't make it because they don't understand what it takes generally when they're trying to pursue this passion project. They need to be ready to fail. You need to accept the fact that you may fail and you need to be prepared for that to pick yourself back up and get back to it. And if you can't do that, then maybe you should consider a different path.
Yeah. Because, like you said, and I'm not sure. I think you said that you try to have a safety net, but you don't quite there yet.
Yeah, having a safety net is just something I can't afford at the
Yeah,
moment. Not if we're gonna burn bright and burn hard, because we're we're on the precipice of making a major breakthrough, finally being able to show something, but the game's just not in a presentable state because internally I very much want the first presentation of our game to be completely covered,
Yeah,
like I've
you
said
want the
before.
wow effect. Yeah,
I want to
it's
blow
imperative.
people away. Yeah.
Yes, yes, I completely understand that. It's like when I show some arts of my book, because in my books there are so many drawings, and I want the wow effect. It's that or nothing. Uh, on that note, we are the same too. We want excellence or nothing. Just being mediocre, I just don't want to bother. It's not
Very
worth
true.
my time. It's not worth the time of the people who believe in me. It's not worth the time of the people I work with. It's mediocrity should be fought just every day, every day.
Very true. Very true.
So do you have a specific moment to back from the in to the initial question? Was there a specific moment when you said, "Yep, that's my moment. I will run for it."
As in for the project,
Yes,
that's the
going indie.
moment. When I decided to go indie. I decided to go indie relatively early when I realized that a lot of the big corporates, because I got into a thing called the Green Light Summit, and I got to meet some people thanks to my uncle and see some other developers and see projects that were being worked on at the time. That was like what, 2012, 2011,
You're speaking
2010,
about
around
video
that ballpark?
games?
Yeah, video games.
Okay.
And that was the time when I was like that. Around that time is when I looked at the industry and was like, I think I want to go indie, because working up the way my uncle had suggested was very much going through other people and sitting around, and I'm like, why wait for what I want when I can do it right now? You know?
Yeah. Well, it's I agree with that, but only if you feel it's the time. You know what I mean? Because
Yes, you
sometimes
do have to know.
yeah, sometimes you want to rush things and you just are not ready. And you don't know some things that might happen, and you have to anticipate it. About that, we also share a similarity about the George Lucas thing, the dumb idea, and relying on people to say, no, Christopher, this is not a good idea, don't do that.
Yes. You
So
very much need to keep an eye on that, because
yeah.
you don't want to be surrounded by yes men on the team who's like, oh, that's a wonderful idea. I remember presenting several ideas to my good friend Bubbles, and he was like, that's moronic. Why would you do that? And then he proceeded to explain to me how scientifically the thing I wanted was not feasible.
Yeah.
And didn't make sense and was completely impractical. And I was like, you know what? You're right. That's why in original Legend of Terrestria was set in the Victorian Age, and I wanted to have lots of sword combat and sword play.
I remember you talked about pike and shot.
Yep, it was sort of in bouncing between pike and shot and the Victorian Age, with like little pre-industrialization with some technology being influenced there. And then I
Relating to
realized,
magic and stuff. Yeah.
yep, and then I realized that if I wanted to do that route, swords and the armors and that stuff kind of falls to the wayside. It doesn't really have that much potency in terms of gameplay because the emphasis would be on gunplay. And I didn't like that. I wanted more melee.
Well, yes, I think it would have added more work to do. It would added more risk to the story and more complexity for combat and so much more stuff.
Yep. So we went to a state in which it was fairly early. There's
Yeah.
gunpowder weapons, but they're very much matchlock. They're very early, very primitive,
Yeah.
very dangerous, but they also have the caveat of being highly unstable.
And at that time about the Green Summit thing, were you alone at that time?
No, that was during my high school period. So in terms of phases, there's
Because
three major.
there is many people around you, and I'm not sure about the timeline, about when you
That's okay.
meet everyone.
Yeah, I'll sort you through that. So quick little synopsis. So there's three phases of working on this project. The first was the childish elementary
Yeah, we
phase.
were
The
friends.
second, yep, was middle school and high school. That was when I realized that not every one of my friends could make the cut for what I wanted. And then the third phase was when we took a break and then we restarted. My friend Tyler and I, he's
Yeah.
my co-founder and my lead programmer. We restarted, we tried, and then we failed horribly because we tried to make the game in Java. We lost
Yeah.
actually the hard drive and had to restart everything. But it was that failure that was like, okay, this is going to take forever. Like I'm looking at the years going by and we're making progress, but the progress is unacceptable. We're never going to get done at this rate
Yeah.
in a timely fashion. We need to start investing into like expanding the team. So then we started expanding the team. That went okay, but failed because I needed to get a better judge of, how to be a leader. And it took a while to learn how to be a leader and take charge of things because that's also a skill you have to learn and you have to be ready to fail. You're going to make mistakes the first time around.
Yeah, so you were surrounded by well-meaning people quite early, and it's a big plus for such a big project like you do. I learned that
Mm-hmm.
the very hard way. Check the people you invite in your close circle. It can be dangerous.
Yes, you do want to be careful. That's why the importance of an NDA. That's something my uncle taught me right away. Because my uncle worked for a company called Massive Black or conceptart.org. Or sort of owned it, kinda. I don't remember 100%, but there was a lot of drama surrounding that in the later stages. And that had to boil down to, you know, you got to be careful who you trust. Because when money gets involved, it's very quickly like a person that you trust can, turn against you. So you got to be
Oh
careful. You got
yes,
to make sorted.
yes. Um, um, I can't say much about that, but just for the sake of proving that I understand what the risks are, I have some legal issue with some people I work with. So yeah, fun, very fun.
Yes. Make sure when you first get started, like I tell anybody who's thinking about getting into it, right off the bat, make sure that you are the sole owner of your stuff. No, don't make the I'm sure you've heard me talk about that hentai developer story where there was a developer making a game and he didn't say that the art was his under the agreement. And so the artist then said that no, you don't get to use my art anymore, and I'm gonna go steal your idea and make my own game.
I have distant memories about a story like that. Yes.
Yeah, so be careful. When you purchase art, that art is yours. And then also make sure that your IP is yours as well.
Yeah.
You do not share that.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And that's one thing I wouldn't say I enjoyed, but it's important for people who have big project like ours to say this is mine, only mine. You work
Yep.
with me. I love you very much. I will put all of your names everywhere. I will speak about you whenever I can, but this is mine.
Yep. And it's also good to make sure that their money is sorted. So you have a
Yes.
agreement beforehand. Here's the money. Here's your cut for
Yeah.
your work. Because they need to feel like they've contributed too, because they're part of the team, and it's important
It's
to
yes.
never leave them out. Don't make them feel like you don't care about them, because that's where that schism begins to form.
Well-paid partners are good partners.
Yep, because they have a vested interest in the project succeeding. Because if the project succeeds, not only do you get more money, but they get money too. Mutually beneficial.
Yeah, and there is also the the time they put in your project, because times it's hard to put a price on it.
That is very true.
And I think people who employ other people tend to forget that sometimes. Like you will work on my shit, I will pay you, but not on at the proper rate, or I will nitpick every detail like 2 or 5 times a day and something like that. It's at some point there will be some breaks.
Yep. And that's something I learned too. Like I liked my team to be fairly involved because I hated that story about the was it the Elder Scrolls Skyrim developer who worked on pots and pans and had no idea what the pots and pans are for. He's like, I made pots and pans. They asked him what did you think of the game? And he's like, I don't know. What, like, I didn't know what it was for. I want my team members to not only care about the project, but to also be interested and invested in the story, the characters themselves. That's why I very much involved them. That's why I also let Sala, our lead artist, actually greatly sort of alter my vision of Ria initially, and that helped set the foundation for that antiquity. Because if it wasn't for how you should have seen how revealing her clothes was originally. Oh my god! But if it wasn't for that, I would never have really opened my eyes to that sort of concept and gone like, yeah, no, that looks better than what I originally envisioned. I want to adopt that into the vision.
Yeah, and there was a few times you talked about clothing of your character and identity of each ethnicity or faction. I don't know the proper term. Um, like so, some guy are in hot area, so they have to be less clothed, and other who are in like a mountain and things, they have to be more heavily clothed and something like that. So you had sorry an important breakthrough for the visual identity of your project and your game with the clothing. I
Yes,
remember
the
a speech about
clothing,
that.
silhouettes. Yep, that's all important. Like every character's clothing design tells a story. We're
Yeah.
very autistic in that regard. Like some of the characters we're working on for the next reveal will be Nidus and Crondrius and Syra when they were younger. That takes place a little bit before the start of the game. And the way they're dressed, the way they're clothed, if you pay close attention, there is a lot of care that went into that. And if you compare them to the current designs, you can deduct a lot about their personalities and how they shifted because of that event.
Yep. And there is some people that want you to say the usual spiel about your game for the
The
people who
usually
don't know.
spiel.
Yeah.
I already know what spiel that is because that's so the game we're working on is called Mixers Legend of Terrestria. The Mixers name is a holdover from the original project title. Legend of Terrestria is the game name, uh, but that's the umbrella. The game itself is a tactical turn-based fantasy role-playing game. I call sci fantasy because we do a mixture of we try to make it somewhat grounded, but there's obviously fantastical elements going on.
And
But
I
that's
think
kind of what.
there is also some maybe other project about this IP that you may work on.
Oh, the secondary project.
Yeah, I think.
Uh, Yep, that's called Terrestrial War, and that is a recent development because we bumbled into a 3D miniature guy and a 3D miniature company, and they were like, "Hey, we can make minis and stuff." And I'm like, "Oh, that's really cool. I guess we'll do a tabletop game as well." So there is a tabletop war game being developed on the side. That doesn't have the same amount of resources as Legends of Terrestria, the video game does, but I am allocating my free spending money to developing it further. That's going to be a while before that's ready, though.
Yeah, and I put a link about the one of the latest news you did on your channel about close testing.
Yep, we're gonna hopefully be entering that this year.
Yeah, well, great. Um, yes, I would be interested in playing this if I can. I know there is some tier system on your Patreon about that.
Yeah. They're like how it sort of works is so Twitch accepts bits. Bits are pennies. And honestly, I talked to the team because I wanted to make sure the team's hearts were in this too. But anybody who's contributed, even if it's as low as a penny, they contributed and they get access to this room on our Discord server for our community called the Astrian Conclave. The room is called the Chamber of Squeakrits. And once they have access to that, they get to see some behind the scenes stuff.
Mm.
Now I try to post everything publicly as well, so I just give them stuff a little bit early and some sketches that never get released. Like sometimes Sala posts some interesting art in there.
Yeah, and there is quite a lot of retcon as well. If you dig in deep enough, you can see stuff that is no longer there.
Yep, things being reworked. I mean, that's the thing. Like one thing I've established with the team is nothing is canon until the game ships. Once the game ships, that's going to be hard for the next game because we need to now take into account that none of those
Yep.
things can be changed. That's solid. That's made in stone now.
That's one other thing I quite like when you talk about it. It's you need to fix the rule first.
Yes, you need
You
a
have
solid foundation.
yeah, you need to know where you are going. If you don't know and you just work with the flow, it can be good, but you may be lost on, on the way, man.
Yep, it's why I prefer to sort of plan everything out. That's why
Yep.
I've already planned out the end of the universe, so to speak, so that I have a clear
Yeah, I
defined end
saw
goal.
I saw you talk about that. I don't know if it was in another community post on YouTube, but you are in if I'm right, you are the architect typewriter, I think. And the gardening typewriter is the people who just let the imagination flow as they write. So
Hmm.
it's more on the spot, not planning ahead.
Yep, that also boils down to if you're familiar with me enough, you'll notice that I'm not very good with names, no matter how well I know somebody. Even my own brothers, even my own father and mother, I get their names mixed up all the time. But
That's
yes,
impressive.
that is the architect.
That's
It is. It's been slightly problematic because it's happened with a few exes of mine too, where they mix
Oh.
up the names. Yeah. I do it to my own characters. That's why I make a lore Bible because I was never good with names for whatever reason, and so I try my best to to try to write stuff down so I don't forget who's who. Like which city is which? Is this Pyria? Is Pyria's the river? No, river is Osos. You know what's the Ogorial? You know, get all that down.
One of the first thing I made on my story, my universe is the first one was the map. I think I just wanted to make a map, so I did the map of one of the world because there are many worlds. And the second one was a file named Reminder. Who was the son of X and Y and Z and
Yep. What's that called? World builder syndrome, where you just lose yourself in the world building. It's why
yeah.
I almost failed my creative writing classes, but because I did such a good job on world building, my teacher, Frau Gibson, actually she let me pass with flying colors and an A because I did so good on the world building that I managed to weasel out of not telling a story by accident.
Yeah, that's one other thing. I saw that you kinda did study writing and world building and things like that, because we don't have that at least in my country. So I was quite intrigued about that. Can you detail a little bit more?
Describe that again. Sorry, I can't do two things at the same time because I
Yeah, no,
accidentally read chat.
no problem. You talk about that the classes you take, and it almost sound like you took a writer class, but we don't have that in at least in my country. So I was quite curious about that. If you can detail a little bit
Oh, of
more.
course. So in high school, I took no education outside of high school. But in high school, you get electives. You can sort of choose what class you would like to do. I took,
Okay.
things like game development. I took music. I took art. I took all the music and art classes I could because
Okay.
I was
Okay.
planning
Right.
originally on doing all that. And creative writing was also a class. And creative writing is just basically like, you write stories, fiction, and you just sort of practice around with that. It was pretty basic, honestly, but it was fun.
It's quite impressive because many people say, yeah, the education system in the USA is stupid and dumb. They don't know where to put I don't know, Brazil on the map and something like that, and and you have like a whole um, panel and choice of what you can do in high school. It's yes, break the myth, man.
Yeah, I actually think I wish more schools would have more electives because allowing the students to pursue their own goals, I think, is very, very good. It gives them a feeling of they can sense of control. You can invest yourself in the class because you want to take that class.
Yeah. In France and Belgium, especially Belgium, France there is a little bit more stuff to do, but it's very, very, very old school. It's like Pythagore and studying a French writer or the old one like Baudelaire and stuff like that, and basically it's you can specialize in some stuff, but it's very limited. And there is also like I said, the quite old school stuff. It's not like you can learn how to or to write or to be a elite athlete or stuff like that. It's very very limited. There is some possibility, but it's in very special school, and most of the
That's
time they are private and stuff like that.
I mean, in the way it's kind of similar here. Like, my hometown school, they had a lot of like shop classes for like woodworking and metalworking, but a
Mm,
lot of the funding for that stuff got cut because the school decided that they wanted to push bigger sports. I don't
mm,
know why, but that's just something they did. And so you
yeah.
saw a lot of programs be cut internally about elective classes you couldn't take because they just didn't get funding. So that did happen. I was very lucky that there was a game development class
Yeah.
where I learned absolutely nothing, but at least there was the option.
I check again where you live, 'cause I think it's Minnesota, right?
Yes, the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I remember that. It's yeah, don't know much about U.S. geography, but it's not quite far away from the big lake
Yep, it's
states.
right next to the
Yeah,
last big lake on the west side.
yeah. So it's quite you know, there is a lot of woods and quite a small town and stuff like that.
Yep, rolling hills from the glacial movements that happened, 10,000 years, which carved out and made a lot of lakes and rivers
Yeah.
and swamps. Right around that ballpark. Nothing too fancy.
So
The
you
biggest thing
see,
we have
Life is
is
Strange is
hill.
talking about your hometown. What are you complaining about?
Life is Strange isn't talking about my hometown. I'm Midwestern. They're talking about West Coast, and specifically, if I remember right, the aesthetic that the first Life is Strange game had and the other ones was very much Northwest. So probably Washington, Seattle, Washington area. I mean, don't get me wrong, that side of the country is absolutely beautiful. Been there once. But that game, though, that broke my spirits.
I got one triggering so far. I'm starting to take notes. So 1-0. But you
Got
talk
one on
about
me.
Belgium and France before, so all right, okay, 1-1.
Ah, revenge. Listen, you kind of, Belgium, France. What's the difference, really? Basically, basically the same country.
The only true crime you can do is say that fries come from France and not Belgium, because they are from Belgium. This
Yep.
is the only thing I will never tolerate.
That's I forget. I think that it was popularized in World War One, wasn't it? The myth that they were French fries.
Yes, of course, from the soldier from outer sea came from the to Europe, and they see that and they say, well, that's good stuff. So yes, but it was from Belgium, not France.
Ever since then, I did like the point in our history where we tried to call them freedom fries.
So I will move to another question that is quite deep to me, and I wanted to talk about that almost immediately. The When we talk and for the first time, like you meet each other, I reach a hand to you, inviting you, etc. You almost instantaneously talk about the sacrifice you made to be there and the choice you made and stuff like that. And in some Q&A or podcast or I don't know, you talk about. I remember, but I didn't find that video. You talk about I sacrifice my love life or something like that. And
In a way. In
yeah,
a way. So when it came to that, as I was dating girls at the time, but I realized really quickly that if I wanted to pursue this dream, I needed to allocate everything. I needed to treat it as if the game was my lover, because it needed as much love and attention as anything else to actually grow and bloom into something, maybe even more so. That was the point when I realized I was in a fairly not very good relationship. I was with a girl who's a bit on the abusive side, and I was like, at this point, like when I leave this girl, I'm going to focus
Was
myself.
she named Amber Heard by any chance? No.
Amber who? I don't even know what that is.
I
Oh
think there
yes,
is
now I
another
know.
name, Amber Turd, Amber Poo.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was in a not good relationship, and at that point was when I was decided like if I want to be happy, I want to do something that makes me happy, and I think I found that because I haven't ever been happier when I'm working on my game than doing anything else.
Yeah, yeah, and I relate to that as well. I can do a checklist. Yeah, check that, check that, check that. It's I'm not even trying. You just speak words that were my life before or are my life before. It's my yeah, mind blowing, mind blowing. I didn't anticipate it that we are so keen spirited, something like that.
Yep, kindred spirit. Yeah, the thing is, you often find that people that in the same field of work as you are often very similar because they also had to make the same decisions to reach that point.
Yes, and they are very, very respectful. I don't know if you know the guy named is a French guy, Alexandre Astier. Ring a bell or not?
No, sounds
Okay.
French.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He did a TV show named Camelot. It's a comedy, like skit from the Legend of Arthur and stuff like that. But it very, very French humor and kind of stupid in a sense. Like uh, Arthur is the only one with intelligence, and all of his knights are damn stupid for the vast majority of them. So he have to work it out somehow to find the grail and stuff like that. And the show was a massive, massive hit for French stuff. And later in years, he talked about when he met other writer. He say the other writer I met were almost afraid to criticize my work because they know how hard it is.
Yes.
The criticism, and also they are quite shy to unveil the intimacy of writing. Writing is very, very, very personal, especially if you wrote like poetry or books and very story, not just world building. So he said that, and it's a thing I've encountered few times, not enough to my liking, but the real writer are respectful. The other are just show off and dicks.
Yes, that is something I've seen among other indie creators as well. And I think that also applies to just the creative sort of spirit.
Yeah.
Whether you're writing, because I've talked to my music composer, I've talked to other musicians, talked to
Yeah,
artists,
I
and it's
heard the music
the
you
same.
did. It's insane. Keep that
Well,
musician, man.
oh, okay, I was gonna say clarify the Roberts music, not mine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Lost stuff. I don't know. There is a remix. You send me a version, and there is a remix, but both are awesome. Yeah,
Mhm.
Celeste Lost, something like that.
Yep, very atmospheric. We
Yeah,
try to make sure the music is as soulful as possible, and it conveys a
it's
lot about the character.
it's a indispensable ingredient of video game. The music.
Yep, sets the atmosphere, the mood, and the tone. Because when making a video game, it's something that I had to learn that's different versus writing a book. You can't necessarily just describe a character or a place or a setting. You need to show them in a way that shows the visual aesthetic, the color, the atmosphere needs to be just right, and the music has to back that up. Because if it doesn't, then you're gonna have this disconnect, and that setting isn't gonna capture the feeling you want to invoke into your player.
Yes, and it's also a way for player to connect to the game itself, like the soul of the game. Because things about old game like Mario, Sonic, Zelda, Skyrim for more recent one. How many people heard a Skyrim song and say it's from Skyrim? It's you can't miss or fail the music, especially if you do an RPG game.
Yes, you
Especially,
need to make it good. You need to make it good. One thing I like to look at is the composer. I forget his name. The guy who did the Nier music. Fantastic in terms of
yeah.
how it captures the spirit, the feeling of what's happening, the essence of the characters of the bosses. Like Shadowlord is a great one because it
Mm.
captures that sort of sad, almost reveal about the. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna spoil, but you know what I mean.
one of the best music I heard from a game in a sad way. It's a game I never played. It's Shadow of the Colossus. The music and the
Oh yeah,
atmosphere
good
is
music.
chills, chills, man. And another example, I just want to put it there. I think you really meet the Warhammer universe with the first Dawn of War, correct?
Yep, that was my first introduction. I remember seeing it in the
Yeah,
PC Gamer magazine with my dad, and we both looked at them and was like, "That looks fucking cool." It had a big
yes.
diorama of a
And
battle
the
and looked awesome.
music, man, of this game, the first game, is just
Oh yes,
awesome.
I love the main menu for Dawn of War
Yes,
1. That
just
sort
the
of
main menu.
droning.
Every faction, no matter what it is, like the Necrons, the Space Marine, the Imperial Guard, the Eldar, the music is insane.
Yes, it captures the feeling, the spirit of that universe, and that game alone is what helps sell me on the idea behind
Mm.
Warhammer 40K. It's just a shame. It's a shame that the corporation behind it just doesn't see it that way.
Don't make me start on that, because I think I may be even harsher than Arch.
That's probably true. I mean, it's if I'm sure people have gotten tired of it, but I drone on about how much I dislike Warhammer, mostly because of how it burned me, and I felt so burned by it because I was like, why are you doing this? Like, you have success that I could only dream of, and yet you spit on your fans. You just don't care about your universe. You
Yeah.
disregard its lore, its characters. How can you do that? What a
Yeah, yeah.
waste.
It speak to us, you and me, because we are creator and we want, in a way, the success that they have, but they
Yeah,
don't respect
they don't respect it at all. Yeah.
the respect they got from the fan. It's like you said, from for your exes, an abusive relationship. Like you
Yep.
made us, you made us billions of dollars, but yeah, piece of shit, get away.
They don't like you, and it breaks my heart every
Yes,
time I see it because
I have the
it's not
same.
just them. It's not just them. The worst part, it's endemic in the industry.
Yes.
Star Wars, Disney does it. EA does it to how many beautiful IPs are sitting? How many wonderful ideas are just sitting there? Like the Dead Space franchise, Mercenaries, the Star Wars Battlefront. There's so many
Yeah.
wonderful things that are
Uh,
just being wasted.
I don't know if you remember the project for StarCraft Ghost.
I remember being deeply interested in that as a kid.
Yep. This is one of my first heartbreak from the video game industry, because the selling point of the game to play this assassin girl sniper thing in the StarCraft universe was awesome, and
Yeah.
Blizzard at the time were the best, the bestest of the best, sir, with mention, like in the quote from Men in Black. But
Yep.
and they just throw it away. Just why? I don't get it.
Oh.
I don't get it.
Well, I will actually go on a limb and actually defend that version of Blizzard, purely because that version of Blizzard said and very much believed they would drop games because they didn't think they met the criteria of where they were. And I agree. I would have loved to see StarCraft Ghost.
Mm.
If you're familiar with Command and Conquer Renegade, it was like a dream come true to be able to like be a little FPS
I
commando and go
was
inside the
more
buildings.
I was more on Age of Empires side of things than Command and Conquer, but I know this franchise is huge, huge.
Yep. Age of Empires has gotten spoiled lately. Lucky. Lucky.
Uh,
Microsoft hasn't done too terribly. Hold on. Have you played the Age of Empire 2 Definitive Edition?
the cartoony one?
Yeah, it's a little bit on the cartoony side, but I was actually
Yeah,
impressed with how much stuff is in that thing.
it's good, but I prefer the old school one.
Ah, you're just an old boomer. Look
Yeah,
at you.
maybe.
You, Mister, I like Life is Strange one, but won't give. See, won't give Age of Empires 2 definitive a chance. See, I was impressed. I was actually went in with low expectations and was like, wait, they added a co-op campaign. They added like new factions
I'm
to
not
a game
even
that's
aware
how
of
old?
that because I played for a friend stream and I play like 3 or 4 games and put it aside.
I can relate though and understand when you look at something and it's just not what you really wanted.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
to be fair,
but it's
Age
it's
of
it's okay.
Empires
It's
wasn't
okay.
really my thing. So
It's
me going into definitive was like I didn't really know what it was like beforehand.
yeah, but it's I think it's just nostalgia and oh, it's a new thing because old man rambling. But yeah, no, the this version is nice, but I have an attachment to the old school stuff. And
Yep.
for example, I think that the sorry, start again. Warcraft 3 remake Reforged was just a piece of shit on every fan face.
I mean, that was a
So
universally scathed game because that
yeah,
game wasn't even done properly. It's still broken to this day.
yeah, and they lied. They lied.
They did lie. They lied to everybody who believed them, and But to be fair, modern Blizzard, I shouldn't use that word. Activision Blizzard has been lying to people for a very long time now.
Well, you see, I have a long history with Blizzard because I played the first Diablo game. That's my franchise in Blizzard. I'm not fond of the new Warcraft and Starcraft. I'm just like Diablo is my shtick with them, and they to me they started to dwindle and crumble on their own weight since like the second edition or expansion pack, sorry, of World of Warcraft. Because you have to understand that people played Blizzard game before World of Warcraft,
Yep.
most of the time because they were like polished game and they were mostly there was a strategy element to it. So when they started to play on the MMORPG, it was like a new thing, and a bunch of new people came to Blizzard stuff, and you can feel in the dates the fan base breaking and regrowing new branch. Like it was not the same Blizzard that did
Yep.
Diablo 1 and 2 or even Warcraft 2, because the lore of the first 2 game of Warcraft was dark. It's
It
like
was.
the Gul'dan thing, the demonic shaman orc. And the third game was good, very very good, but you felt that it was much more kiddie, in a way. And with the third Diablo game, to me, Blizzard was done. The
Yes.
Diablo 3 was like it was a breakup letter.
Mhm. I mean, you said that the second WoW expansion, you felt that it was changing. Ironically, the second WoW expansion was exactly when Activision acquired Blizzard.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know.
And that's when a lot of changes internally started happening. And the thing is, what makes a studio great, what makes a company great, isn't the company. It's the people that are inside it, the people making the decisions, the
Yes.
atmosphere. And that atmosphere was forever changed. And a lot of those people left. And even the people that left went to make new games, right? They didn't make the new Blizzard games that people were hoping, like, oh, this will be Blizzard Reborn, but it wasn't. Because that atmosphere, that teamwork, that cohesion they had was never able to be
Do
reformed
you know
because
the story of how the first Diablo was made?
the first Diablo, I think it was Claymations, wasn't it?
It was a studio that was bought by Blizzard, and they took it and they stamped, Blizzard North stuff. And originally, it was supposed to be a turn-based game, like Baldur's Gate. And the team and the Blizzard stuff and everything tried to convince the big guy who handled the project. I don't remember his name, but he said they all said we have to do it in a real-time way, not turn-based. And they spoke and spoke and spoke and spoke, and finally said, yeah, okay, I will try. He tried, like a turn will take like 1 millisecond. He was just accelerating at a horrendous rate. And he killed his first enemy, like a skeleton or bat or something, and he said, oh, you will change things forever. It's awesome. And this is how Diablo was made. And you don't have this type of relationship in studio anymore. It's all, like you said, yes man or corporate who want to push more root box, do some new skin, do mount, do. It's not developing and thinking and getting along together and discuss things. It's make money industry.
Yep.
It's not an art anymore.
Well, I mean, I would disagree. There are still, I know there's a lot of doomers who are like,
yeah,
everything's bad now. But
yeah,
we still see great games and great works come
of
all the
course,
time.
of course.
I'd like to cite, Factorio, Barotrauma, Project Zomboid, which has been in development forever. There's a lot of games where there's still heart there.
Yeah, yes.
And while the AAA scene has been disappointing, like Creative Assembly's recent entry,
don't start this with me. You know what? Because to me, for me, it's 2 a.m. now, and I'm awake since like 9 a.m. but the day before, and I was trying to pass the time, and unfortunately, I wanted to hope for Total War Warhammer 3, so I bought it, and now sometimes I say, okay, let's do a campaign. Double click on the game, go to the main menu, look at the faction, and close the game again.
You just don't have any drive to play, and
yeah,
that's a whole other mess that could be its own stream. Just discussing
yes. And I want to do it with a friend of mine, but he's not into YouTube and stuff things, so I'm alone. But it's okay, no problem. But yeah, Creative Assembly, there is so much to talk about them. I think it's the biggest failure of video games since the "Don't you guys iPhone" things.
Yep. I mean, this is actually quite relevant, this whole conversation, because it's important to look at failures to understand them. That's why I studied Peter Molyneux, one of the people I always thought was cool as a kid because of the Fable games and the black and white games. I didn't quite realize that he was kind of a hack until later, but
the story of this guy is just, it's like a fantasy.
Yes. And I was like, I love his games so much, but like they're all incomplete betas. And it's one of those things like, okay, why did they do that? And I looked into it and it's like, it's because he kept changing his mind. One day he'd go into the studio and be like, oh, we'll have this mechanic. And the next day he'd be like, actually, hold on, let's redo this. And so he would constantly never commit to a design decision. And that's when I learned that I will pre-plan and pre-design everything so that we're not going back and changing things until we do it, like when we're testing it and we're like, hey, like, is this fun? And everyone looks at each other and goes like, yes, this is fun. All right, awesome, let's keep it.
That's your mantra, fun first.
Fun first, because as much as I want to tell an amazing story in my world and all that, the first thing I have to take into account is that I'm making a video game first. If I fail to make a fun game, I've failed at everything else. It doesn't matter how cool the story is, doesn't matter how cool the characters are, because the game has failed. It has to be good. You have to work on the first foundation. Make a fun game, then make a good story, then make good music, then make good art.
Yep. And the fun fact too, there is a French YouTuber who do like raging video game stuff. Like he play bad game and rant about it and make sketches and things like that. And he has a side series. And one of the episode he did in this side series was about Peter Molyneux, and there was a sketch when he knocked on a door with in a room full of developers who like clinking champagne and stuff like that. And, oh, the game is finished! Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's the knock. The door open like a. I have an idea.
Yep. And conflicting design decisions make a sloppy game because you need a cohesive game where all the mechanics have a place and they're all tethered nicely together.
Yep. So just to get back to the question, um, are you happy right now with the sacrifice you made, like the love life and the all the time you invest in your project because you have a regular job on the side to finance the thing, so you don't have much free time, like almost none. If I have to take a guess, like the stream you do with Arch, the stream you do with Life is Strange, like yesterday, or the Skaven Air RP, is on your free time.
Yep.
So, are you satisfied with the choice you made so far?
Yes, and I would never change that decision either.
That's pretty good. Because some people can go crazy with so much stuff to do.
Yeah, I definitely get that vibe. Like, you know, working on the game. Like, I've been today. After the developer meeting. Well, we didn't really have a developer meeting today, but I hanged out in the devs EC and I was just working on the story and I just catching up with the artists because it's been a while since I've had to talk with them. Since I had to do taxes for the first time as a company, that was awful, but took forever. But that was nice to get back to working on the game and just tidying up the storylines and stuff like that, taking a look at the mechanics design sheets and getting things ready to get back to work. Like it's
Mm.
just good.
And do you want to make full-time job on your project? I guess yes, it's a dumb question, but the subtext is, will it be healthy to you to spend so much time on this, considering that already now you spend so much time on it that you don't have a life almost?
I don't say I don't have a life. I think my life has very much changed. My friends have somewhat changed, but I still have a lot of the real life friends that I always had. I
Mm.
never really lost connection with them either. I guess I could say I was pretty fortunate considering, because not everybody has the same story as me when it comes to the indie. Some lose their wives and families because of these things.
Yep.
I've been pretty fortunate and I haven't lost a damn thing, actually, other than time. And honestly, the time I've lost, I don't feel like I've really lost it because I feel like it was truly spent on something worthwhile.
Yep. We're going back to the Jordan Peterson quote on creating something of value, and definitely you seem to did it.
Yep. I
Maybe
mean,
the game will be a disappointment. I hope not for you. Let me be clear, but at least the journey uh, was something.
I mean, let's say hypothetically the game does fail. Would I be sad? Of course. But is that going to stop me from working on the future projects? Never.
Yep. I get the vibe too. There is also the question of financing, because if you put so much money in something and it fails, it's quite hard to rebound. But with a side job, it's good.
Yep. And the definition of failure is interesting, right? Failing to be a company that's independent, to be able to make this into a full-time thing, that would suck. But I'd argue that I can't possibly actually fail if I'm already succeeding at what I want, which is to pursue this
Yeah,
passion.
I get what
If
you.
it isn't financially viable, then it's just going to be a pastime hobby, and I will not have really lost anything because it'll still be something I love and enjoy. You got to look at it with a healthy mindset.
yeah. It's funny because let's say my wife, because we're not married, but we've been together for quite a while, so it's almost as if. She said that to me when I'm quite panicking and say, I don't want it to fail, I don't want it to fail, and she's like, quit bitching, please.
Sometimes you need to have that
Yeah,
partner,
yeah.
to remind
She's
you that like
the
you're overreacting. Just relax.
she's the down to earth one.
Well, it's good that you have her. She's
Yeah,
able
yeah,
to keep you on the straight and narrow.
yeah. I'm the uh, imaginative and how to say that in English? I'm the stressful one.
That's okay. Somebody's got to be it. Might as well be you.
Yeah, and uh, a quite an important sub question to the sacrifice thing we've talked so much about. So, for you, is ambition a curse or a blessing? Because I spent quite a time to think about it, and I can't have an answer except like it's both. And I
In
would
a,
like to have your input about that.
honestly, I actually love ambition. Maybe it's an unhealthy relationship, but one of the things I love about it is I'm always thinking ahead. I'm always dreaming big. Like I have dreams about like what would a Legends of Terrestria TV show look like? What would a movie look like? What would extended media look like? What would the tabletop look like? And I'm always thinking about it.
And
Even
the card
when I'm not
game and
working
the
on the game.
dice and the
Yep. It's like, well, I don't like card games, but besides that, right? Like it's one of those things, like it keeps me actively thinking about it. It's almost always on my mind. Even when I'm working on, my job, anti-piracy work, like I'm actively thinking about, oh, what's the next story element I'm gonna do with the character Nidus? Like how is his angle gonna work into the story? I wonder what players are gonna think of that, and I want to do so much more than what I'm doing. And honestly, if I had the funding, I would just blow through it because I just keep expanding things.
I fantasize sometimes like what if I won the lottery and I know the first few non-project thing I will buy and the rest will be on the project.
Yeah. But I think it's okay for you to dream big, and I think it's
Yeah.
healthy for you to dream big. It's okay to have a healthy fantasy. Don't
It's
become deluded.
necessary
Obviously.
to a point.
Yes, because dreaming big is why we got to where we were to begin with. Never stop dreaming.
Yep. But on the other side, I definitely have the feeling that sometimes it's a curse because you dream too big, you stress so much, and well, I don't know you personally, but for me, as a very anxious person, it's not always fun. So
Yes.
sometimes, yes, it can be a curse, but while I'm listening to you, it's like you almost planned ahead all the things that could fail, and you said, well, if it fails, let it be.
Yep. I mean, failure is not necessarily a complete loss. Failure is a lesson to be learned from. So I try to look at it positively. Like when I fail in a game or when I die in a game, I try to adopt that mentality to almost everything. It's like, yeah, it sucks I died, but you know what? I learned something. Get good. Quit being shit at it.
Dark Souls stuff.
Oh, god damn it. But yes, more or less try to think of it in positive terms because having a healthy mindset is a very important thing because it's a slippery slope and you can't afford to be sad. You can't afford to be worried all the time. Do I worry? Oh boy, do I. Like one of the things I was worried about taxes was not being able to pay artists because I know that the artists that work for me rely on me. If I can't pay some of them, they go hungry. And so I'm doing. That's why it took me so long to do taxes.
It's like your
every
family,
loophole.
your
Yeah.
child, your spouse, your
Yes.
everything.
they are my family, and I care very much about their well-being. If they're feeling sad, I feel sad. If they're not getting the money they need, I care. I want to make sure that they're successful too, because having them be successful means that I too can get what
Yes,
I want out of the
yes.
relationship we have.
Well, honestly, it's impressive that you have this maturity about the the game you are playing at such a young age. To be honest, I don't belittle you for being young. No, nothing like that. It's just that I met so much people that were your age and they didn't have a clue. It's like you you took an express course to have all the knowledge and the experience and the vision and yes, you have to worry about taxes and you have to pay your partners and you have to plan ahead, do meetings and work and don't be lazy and stuff like that. uh, maybe it's the writer community, maybe because there are so many lazy people in that space.
Well, it's
Maybe,
it's easier to be lazy when it's just you know?
yeah.
But if you have a team relying on you, you have to hustle. I have to be ready because I have to set an example
Mm.
for my team members. They have to look up to me and go like, "Yeah, he's going to get shit done." They shouldn't look up to the boss man and be like, "Oh, there he is just fucking derping around again." You know,
Is
you got to carry your weight.
education like family raising and stuff like that play a role in that to you?
Come again?
Is your education your how to say that? Sorry, a French bug. You fuck. Sorry, blank.
No, it's okay. It
um,
takes time. No worries.
yeah, but you had your parent that raised you, and maybe they had a role in that to bring awareness of of your future and help you along the way to get to be aware of maybe the risk of your project and little Carl, you have to pay your partner and stuff like that. So is your education had a role to be such um, a nice guy to work with?
hmm I mean, my family, my mother and my father played a huge role in this. My father had a company, and as a child, I'd always want to be hanging out with my dad because I thought he was the coolest guy ever. He was ex-military, he was just cool. He was fun to be around, played video games with him and stuff like that. And so I was like, I wanted to go to work with him every single day. As a 4-year-old, as a 3-year-old, I went with him on jobs, and as a 6-year-old and 7-year-old, I started working and helping around the family business because I wanted to be useful. I wanted to be a part of what my family was doing. And my family was always made up of entrepreneurs and people who were
Okay,
interested
yeah.
in those kinds of things. So I had a good understanding of being like a boss man at some point.
Yeah, and it seems that these days it's almost regarded as something bad to have some project and being an entrepreneur and stuff like that. You It's like we're going back to the good old days of the 80s when D&D was a satanic cult and heavy metal was kitty murderers and you have to be in a nice job with a good house and stuff like that. A normie. I
Yeah.
get some vibe like that today. It's kind of weird, especially since I am a metalhead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like to think of it as that's the Puritan pendulum, you know? It swings back and forth,
Yeah,
left and right, left and right. That's always going to be doing that. And so I try to put that out of my mind like, yeah, sure, that's a factor I need to account for. When I look for personnel that I want to work on my passion project, I'm always careful to make sure I find people that aren't going to be like, "Oh, I don't want to do that because I think that is you know, whatever." And it's like I need to find people who are like, I'm gonna do it because yeah, I think it's cool, and they're not
yeah.
afraid to be expressive. So I'm always actively keeping an eye out and making sure that I only work with people who are the same mind in terms of expression, but also not people who are yes men, because it's a careful balance. You don't want to find people who are toxic in the sense that they'll actively try to undermine what you're doing, but you also don't want to find people who are too worried about stepping on your toes to say when they might have a better idea, or you know just hold their tongue, because it's better that somebody speaks out. Just like the other day we were talking about something, and one of my co-writers that I have helped me on stuff and edit stuff came up with an idea, and I didn't really care for the idea, but regardless of whether I cared about the idea or wanted to adopt it, I was always grateful, and I always expressed that I'm grateful for him saying those things, because I want him to tell me his ideas. Because
Yeah.
sometimes when you get an idea that you don't like, you're like, yeah, it doesn't quite fit. It's good that you get that idea anyways, because that idea reminds you you have to rethink why you chose the decision you did, so that you can defend that decision and be like, well, here's why we chose that. And if that's got a solid ground to stand on, that's great, because you reminded yourself why that was a good decision and why you should stick with that idea.
Yeah, and maybe in the future you will remember this idea and say, "Oh, it was a good idea. No, let's implement it." And
Yep.
also, you have to get special. Oh, fuck it. Uh, in your field, you have to have some initiative, because they are all working on different stuff, and if they have a good idea, they should tell you.
Yes. Because sometimes people will come up with ideas that are better than your own. And you need to understand when that idea is better and more fitting. Because not every idea you're going to have is going to be a banger, Unless
Mhm.
you're a child prodigy, you're going to have a lot of ideas that are going to go through the runs, and you're like, that's just not going to fit. That character was cool, but let's put that character in the character bin, and we can look at that character later
Yep.
and maybe use it for a different project.
Always ever been like that. Always.
Yep, an idea bin. Never ever throw things away. I don't like writers that just throw things in the garbage,
I
because
have
every idea has value.
I have a special Discord of mine with just me, no one else, and this is a bin of ideas.
Not a bad idea. I mean, I too, but I don't use Discord. I use Google Drive, and I've got a
Yeah.
folder just called the idea bucket. And then there's the character bucket, where it's just a bunch of characters I couldn't quite work with, but I just toss them in there because I like the idea of using them one day.
Yep. The for a fun fact, I will tell you, just don't take my ID, please. But I think you will get it. How I did that. So I had an idea of a way of torturing people. Always fun to talk about torture. So the idea was to have like how to translate that in English. Maybe the heating or something like that. It was the name of the torture process. It was like a metal pipe who will be put in someone's mouth, and like fumes and vapor and something like that, and the people who will be tortured will die like that, were suffocating, and the heat and all nice stuff. I never used that idea, but I always had it like 3 years now, and I always have it in in a place in my mind, and I don't just had the time and the good pacing to have a nice gory torture scene. But I was always have it, and it's in the bin, just waiting to be used.
Yep. Sometimes you get ideas that are too dark for the setting. That
Yep.
was like one thing I learned is when I was working on my story. It was super super dark, lots of vulgarity, lots of violence, and then I was like, actually, after like reading Tolkien's work, reading some other fantasy, and getting a better idea, I was like, actually, what if I just tone it down a bit
Mm-hmm.
and see how that feels? And the characters have a better pacing and things feel more natural. And sometimes, while you really want to, do that idea, sometimes you have to put it in the bin. It's like the character Aerith, the mascot I have right now. Like that character is my funny, dumb character that I like to just use in silly, stupid ideas. She's never useful in a story because she's just an idiot. So I never end up using her. But it's one of those things that, like what you said with the pipe thing, I just keep it around because I like it.
Yep. And it's like it's not there yet in the canon, but it's as if it was in the canon because you will put it in somehow somewhere at some times, but not yet.
Yep. At some point, it'll make sense. At some point, there'll be a window of opportunity, whether it's an Easter egg or whatever. You can squeeze it in there, and it'll fit just right, like a piece of a puzzle. You know.
Yep, another check mark for the ID bucket.
Oh, the list is only massive.
Yeah. I don't want to gush and fanboy or anything, but yeah, I think we quite alike to regarding the creating process. We don't do the same thing, and I'm sure we don't do it the same way, but the goal is the same, and therefore we have many similarities, and our goal is just to do nice things, good things, cool things, just like in the 90s, when you have Rambo and Terminator, and it was the paradise to cool shit to appear, and I just want to get back.
You just want you just want things to be fun again. And that's
Yeah,
completely like something that I am also. I'm so tired of things being so soulless, so corporate. It's time that we get
man.
back to fun, you know?
uh let's jump to that question because I let you choose. I have two questions that I want to that can be asked to you. First one is regarding your team management, and the second one is to the boring stuff of today. What do you prefer?
Uh let's get through the team management one because that one might be boring for chat. Get that one out of the way.
Okay. So, you made your own team, and you talk a lot, like here in this interview, but also in your Q&A and video, even sometimes when you just playing, or at the end of the Scaven RP, sometimes you talk to each other like you're not in a stream or something. It's really nice to just hear you chat sometimes. So, and you talk at some point that your friendship with Arch were known to some of your partners, and it was quite um divisive question. So you had to manage this schism in your team. So how did you do it, and how did it affected the way you manage your team now?
Are you okay? I'm assuming you're talking about the point when Arch collaborated with Sargon, right?
Maybe I'm not sure because I think I spotted the time when you befriended Arch. It was like 2018 or 19, maybe something like that.
The when we became friends, it was like 2015 or 16, if I remember right.
Okay, sorry.
I'm terrible with year dates. Don't worry, I had to look that up for this interview, and I
but
wrote it
but
down on my clip notes.
I know that some of your partners learned that you were friend with him and something like that, and suddenly they said, "Yeah, I can't work with you, Kibs, anymore."
Yep. That wasn't the development side. When I first met Arch, I met Arch around the time when I knew a couple other YouTubers who were sort of doing YouTube stuff, and I was collaborating with about Warhammer lore, and they didn't like Arch at all. And that had nothing to do with politics. It had nothing to do with Sargon because that's before that happened. And that was basically when I was like, okay, if you guys are gonna be like that, like I can't talk to somebody, then the people I want to be around aren't the people who try to dictate to me who I can and can't interact with.
Yep.
I don't need you in my life anymore. So I just did what anyone normal person would do. I severed all connection with them because I had no interest in talking to them anymore. And I
Especially
decided
since
that I'll be friends with Arch instead.
like we said before, it's your project. It's none of their place to dictate your personal life.
Yep.
It's
That
it's
happened
weird. It's
again.
weird. It's weird. It's so weird.
Yep. I do want to mention the second time that happened because the second time was more political. The second time was when Arch did a collaboration with his good friend Sargon.
Yep.
Um, that didn't initially cause a schism right in the beginning, but I'd always try to be honest. And I try to tell people what I'm doing, because I
And
want.
sorry to cut you, but it was one
Oh, good.
person of the at a time or multiple person at a time?
The first time was multiple people. The
Okay.
second time I think was just like two people, if I remember right.
Yeah.
I can't remember because there's been like that was
Yeah,
in a
yeah,
point in which I
but
was
but
going through
but but
people.
it's important because it's not like one dude. If it's like 4 or 5
Yes.
people at a time, it's damn man, it's hard. It's like a shitstorm, a literal shitstorm.
Yep. Well, in a way, the thing is, when it comes to the project, uh, the only person I really need, like absolutely need, or well, sorry, not person or persons, are key members. Key
Yep.
members is somebody who's instrumental, like Salah. I couldn't do it without Salah. I need his
Mm.
art because his art is he's defined the art, the
It's
the artistic
always
vision.
funny when you say Salah because I'm a football fan, soccer fan for you US people, and there is this great Egyptian player whose name Mohamed Salah. So every time you say Salah, I have this image of this footballer.
He's too small for that. But yeah. So in regards to like people, like one thing I try to bear in mind is if they're so toxic to the point where I can't talk to somebody and exchange ideas or be friends with somebody, then they were never part of the team to begin with. That's how I view
Yep,
it.
yep, and I don't know about you, but yes, I know for a fact because for me and you, I'm sure I don't want people to just come and pass with my project. I want to establish a lengthy relationship, if
Yes.
possible. Uh, of course, the first important thing is just work. But if I can befriend the guy, if I can trust him, if I can work with him over the years, of course, friendship will occur at some point. It will flourish, and we can take a beer together and attend a wedding, or I don't know.
Yep. It's often said that the best relationships are established over a good meal. You take them, wine them, and dine them, so to speak. But yes, it's good to build close brotherly bonds because you want to establish long, healthy working relationships with these people because you want them to be more than just, hey, that's my coworker. I want that person to be my friend, my brother.
Yep. And just to say that a coworker, I think, is honorific term. It's like with respect. It's not like, oh, he just worked for me. No, no, he's a coworker. Of course, I'm his boss, but there is respect, there is engagement, there is dignity, there is um, consideration, there is maybe sometimes admiration for the case of my drawer. He is so talented. Sometimes I feel the relationship is reversed. I work for him, I write story for his drawings. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it's. I think I showed to you some of the things he does, and it's just at an insane level. I think he could work for Blizzard or Magic the Gathering or something like that. He's just that talented, and
Hmm.
yes, I admire his work, and I'm honored to have the chance to work with talented people. And many game developer forget that. Especially, for example, I talk about Magic. Did you were you aware of the drama of the drawer of the Magic cards?
It's just I know there's drama surrounding Magic the
Yeah,
Gathering, but I'm not acutely aware as to specifically
they
what.
they fired many legendary drawer of Magic, like one who she was a girl, a lesbian girl, I think, and she talked positively of Trump, and just like that, poof, disappear. But she worked for Wizard of the Coast for like 20 years or something like that. It was insane. It was insane. She was respected at the point of some people just bought magic cards for her drawing her heart. And they went to conventions and things like that with their little card games and can you sign it please, and just
Mhm.
like that they fired her. It was uh, spitting on her face is not enough to describe the disrespect she get.
Yes, that's absolutely horrific, and
I
sadly,
will try to
not
find the
unheard
name of
of.
the girl.
2016. That was a year when I feel like a great schism was finally like it always had been there, but I feel like that was when I sort of figured out there was this schism between people developing. Not
uh,
sure about you.
in the industry.
Not just the industry, but people in general, like family and whatnot. Because that was
um
there was also when I found out that my uncle, who I was one of the people who inspired me to make games, leaned on the left side of the spectrum. But I was sort of center at the time, and I remember telling him, maybe we shouldn't, because he was being harsh on people who were going to vote for Trump, and I hadn't really
yeah.
been fully aware of Trump at that point, and I was like, perhaps we should put aside politics and respect people for who they are, and not judge them for who they vote for,
It was
and
the first
yeah.
time, yes, when if you voted for the wrong person or party or anything, because you have to know in Europe this is definitively different than the US. We don't have just two candidates, we don't have just two parties, etc.
Oh, I
So
know.
it's not so um cut and clear about who's the bad guy, who's the good guy. There is many different stories. So, but yes, this is the time when everything just rose up to the surface for everyone to see. Yes, I could agree with that.
Yeah.
And I just want to check the name of the magic artist because she was just insane and she we have an expression yes, Therese Nielsen, this is the name of the person. Therese Nielsen, she was like in the furniture of magic for years, and the most ancient card she did was like 5th edition, maybe even. Yes, Alliance, yes. Alliance is 1996. So yes, more than 20 years. She did the famous Force of Will card. If you are a Magic player, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So yes, Therese Nielsen, she was she she was even part of the game. It was insane. When I heard she was fired, I was like, no, you can't do that to this person.
Yep, there would be the same level if I were to fire Robin, Tyler, or
Just
anybody who's
check
been here so long.
the link I sent you. Just to see the level of um, complexity and charm and everything this woman can do. It's insane. And to think that they fired her and she worked for the company for like more than 20 years, it's insane. I don't understand this mentality. If I work with someone for that many years, it's like a marriage. Not written, not no contract, no jewel, no anything, but I can't. I just can't. It's like when you are in a music band. I don't know if you into a music like hip hop or metal or rock or something, but some band are together for like 40 plus years. They
Yep, they're
I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm sorry.
they're tightly knit, and it's just sad to see because again, it goes to show like the corporatization and the politicization of these companies has been only a disaster. I think because it's absolutely ruined things. Magic the Gathering, to my knowledge, primitive knowledge, mind you, is nowhere where it once was or where it could be now
Oh,
because of the
it's
drawing.
dwindling. Yes, it's dwindling.
What they are absolute fools and they're wasting away. But you know what? I try to look at that in a somewhat what's the word? I try to look at it in a somewhat positive light, okay, because there is some positivity to be had here. Yes, these corporations are dragging themselves down, but what they're going to do in the long run is they're going to make gaps for new people
Yep,
to finally come up.
that's also a topic I anticipated to cover with you.
Yep. I mean, I look at it like a forest, you know? A good forest fire clears away all the underbrush for new trees and new plants to grow.
And just to conclude this question about the team management, how do you do now if there is a need for some new person, a new job offering? What do? You like throw a bottle in the sea or something like that, or you interview the person, or you check the social media? I don't know.
Well, kinda. So how I do it now, I'm gonna just explain how I do it now because I went through several different iterations of experiments, you know. But how I do it now is I look in my own fandom. When people subscribe to me, when people follow me, I click on their profiles. Not all the time, but every once in a while, and I just
Check for
look
the
through them.
pronouns first.
Yep. Well, it's not even that. I'm looking to see if they have any talent. Like fan art, the first thing I latch onto is a fan artist. Salah was a fan artist. He asked me for permission if he
Yeah,
could
yeah,
draw
yeah.
Aerith.
I remember
And
the story. Yes.
yep, or the second person I found was Robin, our animator. I found him through a guy named Cab. Cab is a great guy on Twitter. And I found Robin, and because he was like, I was told him I was making a game, and so I try to do it through connections. People who I know, who I have positive relations, I try to do it in a way where we have some sort of tether or branch, some sort of common understanding. That doesn't always work. For one of our newest artists to our team, Show, I brought her onto the team because Robert knew her, and Robert had sent me some of her artwork, and I thought it was absolutely beautiful, and I wanted to have her art for our game. That's what, if you've seen our cover art for our game, she actually did that, and I think it's absolutely spectacular.
Which cover art are you talking about?
I will send you it in a second. I'll just take a snappy of my desktop. It'll take a hot minute because I don't have it on file on
I
hand.
just want you to read this comment in the chat. Two guys dressed in black put a sack on my head and shoved me in a van. Now I work for Kibs.
Oh, which one of them said that?
Robert Renato.
Ah, yes. So I very much, when I bump into somebody, I quickly, I don't really waste time getting to the point. Same with Robert. I'm like, hey, you make music, and I notice you're subscribed to me.
Okay, so this is a music
You want
guy,
to make
yes.
music for me? Yep. Robert Renato is our composer. You've seen Bafios and Show and Chat and Disco. Disco's a programmer. Show is the new artist I mentioned, and Bafios the one
I know some names, but I don't know the 16 names you
Don't worry.
work with.
Oh, I feel bad because I can remember their names better than I can remember my own family's. Oh God.
I
That's
can
not good.
understand that. But yeah, it's nice to see some of the people you work with in the chat today. It's quite nice, quite nice.
They're good.
Oh
folks.
yeah, this one, yeah.
This is my
Yep.
desktop, but yeah.
Yeah, and I noticed that sometimes you show it in the stream. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot it was my desktop. It's like you show it every time you have the possibility to show it.
It's so good. I can't help but share it because I'm proud of it.
Yeah, I understand the feeling. Sometimes in not much anymore. I do it sometimes, but much less. For the first two books I did, sometimes just before going to bed, I took all the drawings the drawer did for me and just do a sideshow with nice music and every light turned off and just appreciate the things I created and the things some people did for me. It's like it's not pride. It's just I'm happy. I'm glad to have all this story and character I created to see them come to life. It's quite something.
Oh, definitely. When you finally see art of your characters or seeing the animation of the characters, like moving around, fighting, and interacting, their expressions and emotions for when they talk, it's 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 mind blowing. Like
Yeah,
this is it's great to see, and you just want to bring every aspect of the world to life that you possibly can.
yeah. I another check mark.
Pretty much.
So I think I can move to the other question about the environment of modern entertainment. So was the creation and the push for your story, your Legend of Terrestria, motivated by kind of disappointment in the modern video game and story industry? Because right now you cover the Halo series with Arch, and I know you are a big Halo fan, so it must be heartbreaking to you to see that. Or were you prepared to be disappointed?
The thing is, how I look at it in a very different lens than my friend Arch does. Like he views like, oh, the fact that there's gonna be a Lord of the Rings TV show very much as like that's gonna be awful, and it is. He's absolutely correct in that regard. But I look at it this way. I look at it going like, yeah, it's gonna be bad. Yeah, the Halo show isn't good, and yeah, some of the new Halo games aren't good. But I still love Halo for what it was, and I
Yeah,
will
yeah, yeah.
always cherish those
You
games. And
distance the modern adaptation and the things you knew. Yes,
yep,
it's
I never
necessary
let
today.
go of those. And I never write it off. I know some people are different, like World of Warcraft and Warcraft lore. Like I still love them and hold them very dear to me. But at the same time, I understand that modern WoW isn't WoW anymore. It's like in the same vein that modern Halo isn't really Halo anymore.
To be
It has the
honest,
name.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
go on, go on.
It has the name, but it doesn't have the spirit or the soul because the people that made it, the composer for Halo, Martin O'Donnell, I absolutely love the
Yeah.
emotion of his music. It just was so inspiring as a child to listen to that music and moving,
Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun. Yeah.
triumphant. You know, it's inspiring, and I
And
love that.
echo thing at the start of the game, you know I don't know how to do that, but I think you know what I'm talking about, the Gregorian chant or something of the Halo. It's iconic. It's yeah,
You can't forget it
yeah.
once you've heard it.
And
Yes,
even
very much.
non-gamer people may know these songs.
But uh but to wrap that up, you know, honestly, sure, they're gonna ruin these things, but you know what? To hell with them. Because we can still enjoy those things. In regards to like inspiring me, I always wanted to make my own thing because I was an arrogant little child.
The same.
I I very much had this arrogant sense of superiority. I'm like, Star Wars is cool, but my thing is better.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember on one of your Q&A, because at the beginning you were known to do a BattleTech lore video, if I'm correct, or at least it was one of the main thing you did. And you said in one of the Q&A or something about your license, BattleTech is cool, but my thing is better.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I'll always love Star Wars. I love Warhammer. I love BattleTech. I love them all. But of course, I'm gonna love my thing more because I made that thing.
Yeah. Fun fact: the before I started writing my story, because I started to imagine and thinking and planning and all of that jazz, in 2011, 2010. Starting to to be old stuff, and what the thing I said to a friend was, I don't want to look at other things like Warhammer, Lord of the Rings, and stuff like that, and be ashamed of what I do, my story, my stuff. I don't know if it will be better. I hope so, but the things that are popular today, like the Halo show or the Batwoman show or the stuff like that. Of course, I know I'm superior. To be honest, it's not
Not that it
even
takes much.
speculating; it's a fact. So,
Yep.
and that to me is fuel. It's fire for me. It's helped me. I can't let shit like that take the stage and stay on the stage. I can't.
Yeah.
I have to do something.
Time for you to upstage them.
Yeah, and prove that that they are bad people.
Yep. I mean, I like to think of it this way, right? These shows, even the new Star Wars thing, as time goes on, time will judge these things, and I think it'll judge them harshly, honestly. And I think there will be no mercy. Um, I think these things will be forgotten, and I think that that is the justice we deserve for those things. That these abominations being remembered as nothing more than a fluke.
Yeah, because you talk about Star Wars, and to me, the especially the eighth film, so Last Jedi. To me, it was the pivotal moment that some bad film, some bad TV show, some bad games will be recognized as such, at least by some people, and therefore there is a chance to new people to arise. I think, because
Very true.
I really spotted something happening at that point with The Last Jedi. It's they disrespected so much the character of Luke Skywalker. It's not Luke. It's an multiverse field. I don't know, but it's not Luke. It's not Luke. And same with many other TV show, and in the comics gate, little bubble like Az and Baby and Nerdrotic, and they talk very well about that. They desecrating character, and they are a thing like desecrating a character. It's it's not a religion, but to some people it's like a family friend. It's a mentor. It's you can't mess with the fans. You can't mess with the people who buy your stuff, and sometimes it can go so far as to stop a suicide attempt, or I don't know, but sometimes imaginary universe can take so much space in someone's life and save them. It's to me it's a crime to desecrate things like that.
Of course, and you're absolutely correct because it's not just that. All the people that came before, all the artists, the music, all the writing, all the sweat of the actors and, effort that went in is undermined by these people who have no care because they want to use this to platform to launch off of. They want to degrade the things that came before and elevate themselves because they're too weak and pathetic to stand on their own 2 feet.
Yep.
It's far easier to try to bring the great thing down so that they can stand above it.
Yep, and the sneaky, filthy audacious thing. It's the sabotage, the attempt of people like us who start to do Kickstarter and things like that. There is quite a library and a record of very very nasty things going behind site like Kickstarter or Indiegogo, and they have no morals. These people, it's I'm baffled. I'm baffled because I'm not much of a honor person of this is my valor, this is my morals, this is my stuff. But you are messing with the fairness of the game, and this is bad. This is called cheating.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going on a rant, but these things are.
I mean, it's worth talking about. Honestly, it's actually completely reflective of today's topic and conversation.
Yep,
Because
I
it's
think too.
important, I think, for people to learn and understand failure. Like I mentioned before, understanding Star Wars and how it failed is important. Yeah, is it bad? Yes. But I think people should still try to understand why is it bad, because we should remember why it was bad. So that way we can avoid the telltale signs of that. Because even when we're working on stuff, I obviously would assume and I would hope that you don't intend to destroy your own characters and world
No,
randomly.
no,
But you
and
never know.
to be honest, I tend to do an extended universe. There is one book saga, there is an end to it, and this is the primal mythos of my universe. So I will do another book saga, but with other characters, stuff like that. So the first character of the first series will be like, legend and myth and other figures you can see, but they will still be part of it, and I will just integrate them, but as remembrance or something like that. So I will respect them forever, forever. And I think I said to my drawer and my wife that if I do dumb stuff with my own stuff, please knock me off, please.
uh, that's the thing, right? Like you wouldn't have expected. This is an interesting question actually I have for you. You know George Lucas, correct? You're familiar.
Yeah, yeah.
Think we all.
I'm not an expert, but yes.
But could you ever imagine, say your IP succeeded, right, on the same scale and scope of George Lucas? Would
Oh,
you ever have
what a
taken the
boner.
same? Would you have ever taken the same deal as him in terms of selling it off?
No.
I can't imagine it either. That's the part that I always try to have a
No,
difficult time.
because I would have enough money to live like 5 life. I don't know. I don't understand what did he have to gain with that. It's
Yeah,
just it's like he wanted to throw it off or have an excuse to be bad, or I don't know. I don't get
because
why he did that.
even the prequels, I understand that, but I grew up with them, so I actually adore them,
Yeah,
even though
me
they're
too.
not perfect, but I still love them. And I
Personally,
just, yeah.
to
Oh,
be
good.
the target of tonight, I prefer the prequel of the original. The 4, 5, 6 movies are legends. You have to respect them with every fiber of your body. But to me, the 1, 2, 3, I prefer them.
I like the greater, what's the word? The greater scope he tried to
Yep.
go for, even though he didn't quite reach it. It had
And
this
the drama.
grandiose feel.
The drama is so much more perceptible. So I don't know, but to me, the Revenge of the Sith, the third movie, is just perfection. Uh,
Yes.
I love it from beginning to end. I cry, I laugh, I cringe sometimes, but in a good way, like the Obi-Wan jokes and stuff like that. And sometimes I like, Anakin, no, why are you so stupid? But he's just a kid, so I understand he made bad decision. And the fights are so. Oh, the Obi-Wan Anakin fight is it's a whole scope of emotion. It's to me it's I can't put it into words. It's just excellent, excellent.
Yep. It's like two brothers and you see them fight and you
Yeah,
don't want them to, but you have to watch it. And the best part is when I first saw Revenge of the Sith, I already know the ending. Everybody did.
yeah,
He's gonna become Darth Vader, but to see that, you just keep holding on to hope that maybe he can be reasoned with.
yep.
the whole time.
The only thing I think is really, really, really dumb is the death of Padme. Oh, she just lost hope.
Yeah, that was a bit lazy.
I can't overlook that. But
Yeah, that was bad writing.
but it's like okay, this is dumb, but let's move to the other things. But yeah, no. To me, the fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan is the core of Star Wars. This only scene is better than everything Disney did combined. Sorry, I'm starting to yell, but it's and even the Yoda versus Palpatine. It's nice. It's to see the fall, the definitive fall of the Jedi, because it's fucking Yoda. Yoda is the masters of master. Is the big boss of Jedi. He can. Is perfect. Is the ideal of every single Jedi in the universe. No one can badmouth Yoda, and he fails. It's like,
Yep.
are the Jedi wrong? Are they not that good? Why did Yoda fail? It's like breaking every um image of the Jedi. I'm sorry, I gush all over the place, but yeah, the Star Wars downfall to me is the best example of how to not do things in art in general.
Yep. That's very true. And it is a tangent worth talking about because capturing that emotion. You notice that, right? Even though even though the prequels were by no means perfect and were deeply flawed, despite their flaws, they still had spirit and soul.
Yep,
And that spirit and soul showed through. Even though it wasn't well done. It didn't
yep.
matter. It was still great because it had that. And you look at the new movies, and the new movies have massive budgets and all these
Oh,
things, but no soul.
I can't understand how they spend their money, because they have so much. It's like with 1 million I can do 10 times better than you, bunch of motherfuckers. Just give me $10,000. I will do better. I know for a fact I can do better. Even stupid fan films, like five cosplayers in a small woods who pretend to be like I don't know, a Jawa Jedi or something. They are better than the $5,000 movies. Uh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a
it's not
stingy
wrong.
subject.
It's an important distinction to make because a fan product, because fans generally, not always, but they generally understand the spirit of something
Yeah.
because they care deeply about it. And when a fan creates a fan work or a fan art, if you will, you can always feel that passion reflected in it because they care so deeply about it.
Yep. In a
So of
way.
course it's going to have more soul than a soulless
We
corporation.
if you remember, we talked about that a little bit, because I was joking. I said, congratulations, you are on Wool of 34 website, and you said, I love all fan works, even it's bad fan works, it's still fan works, so it's good. It's like pizza.
Yep. A bad one. Sure, it might not be the most perfect. Yeah, it might be even stick figures. But the fact that somebody took the time of their day.
I planned to do one time a fan thing for the Scaven RP with you in stick figures.
Oh, here we
One
go.
day, one day. Remember that. Mark my words, please.
Oh boy. Too bad I don't have a good
And
memory.
you, Karsnikit, will be on the center of this.
The Karsnicket did nothing wrong. He didn't go far enough. Absolutely.
I, I try to think, what did he not do wrong? Because there's so much stuff he did wrong.
He's a Skaven. Skaven, even when Skaven do wrong, they're doing it right.
Where's Disco?
Probably sleeping.
I tagged her. No. Yeah, no, but yes, the fan thing. It's another question I had for you, and since you brought that up, I will go for it. Just just get the question. Yep. So we all hear from everyone, from YouTuber, movie, comic drawer, every artsy person on the planet say, "Oh, I thanks the fan," but you and I, we do that, and we agree that fans are so important. It's like uber mensch important, and to me, it's quite hard sometimes even with small creator and sometimes even with big corporation to spot the genuine fan concerns and the bullshit thanks. So have you some input to about that to spot the fake thanking,
The fake what? I'm sorry.
the fake thanking the fans?
Oh, the fake thanking. Okay, I was trying to make sure. And how to spot that? Like when somebody's being like, "Oh, thanks for the fan art," and then they just ignore it.
Not
Not sure.
necessarily, but especially in the influencer space, they always say, "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you." For that case, it's quite obvious to see that they are faking it, and it's just for the money, for the likes and stuff like that. But for example, we talk about CA, and they say, "We thanks the fan, and we thanks for your patience and stuff like that." So, and sometimes
Oh,
I'm like, is this genuine or not? And
I got you.
I'm not so sure.
So with Creative
Cause
Assembly,
for
I
yes,
mean,
just to finish, for Creative Assembly, there is the marketing team, and there is the developer, there is the big boss, there is the maybe games workshop, there is so many people involved. So it's quite hard to translate these words.
so for Creative Assembly, I would definitely say that you should just assume the worst, mostly because they have a track record and
Yeah.
it's a history. This history has been built up for many years, and they've shown little respect for the fans, both on their forums as well as their modders and other things. If you're familiar with a man by the name, or well, man, I'm not 100% sure if he's a dude or not, but a guy named Darth, he made a mod for Empire Total War, which basically sort of fixed the game as best he could, you know?
I
And he was
think
really
I've
talented.
heard about that. Yes.
He went off and made his own games like Gettysburg, Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought, Ultimate Generals, Civil War, and he's
Oh
really
yeah,
good.
yeah, 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 yeah. It was Arch who spoke about that, and he's quite fond of Ultimate General.
Yep. This guy's pretty cool. I'm fond of him too. He wanted to work at Creative Assembly and they just turned him down. Like, nope, we don't want you. And it's
Why?
like this guy clearly has talent.
Why?
Why did you
But
turn him
why?
down?
Why did they refuse the man? He fixed their game. Why?
And the thing is, you got to also remember with these developers is there's actually sensitive egos at play here too. Being shown up sucks. One thing that's interesting, if you're familiar with a failed Creative Assembly game called Stormrise, a console-based
I
RTS.
don't know this game.
It's not surprising. Don't worry. No, most people don't.
Was it
Stormrise was
not the Australian thing? No.
yes, I
Yeah.
believe the Australian team made that, and the Australian team had kind of shown up. The they were pretty good, and it's suspicious in a way where it's like, were they sent on that project to
Yeah.
die intentionally
That's the
because of
narrative. It was a suicide mission.
yeah, it was a suicide mission to get rid of them because maybe the Aussie team was maybe outperforming the British team, and they didn't like that, and so they're like,
Ah.
well, let's get rid of them so we can get more funding for our studio instead of our sister studio. Look at the Bulgarian sister studio for CA. They get sent to work on Troy Total War. The game looks like a
Yeah.
failure, you know, like it
Yeah.
looks like it's never
Not
gonna
like
make.
Throne of Britannia, but yeah.
It's just it's very meh at
Yeah.
best, and I don't really know if I should blame the Bulgarian studio or if I should just look at the British team and go like, "Did you do this again? Like, is this something you're doing?" And this can tie back to the fan art thing and the fan mods, fan creations. When it comes to a company and how they view them, you can very clearly tell whether they like it or they don't based on how they interact. If they say like, "Oh, hey, you can't quite make this mod, but here's how you can, what kind of mods you can," and they try to help them through it because there's legal reasons, that's whatever.
Yeah, about the
But
mods, there was mod that were cancelled by CA.
yes, there
Uh,
were modders that did
yeah,
nothing wrong but make new portraits for the female
yeah,
characters in Three Kingdoms to make them
tricking
look
them.
pretty.
Yeah,
It was a Chinese man who did it. And Grace from CA, if I'm recalling her name correctly, didn't like that and tried to shut and cancel that guy. And
it's
basically
funny.
succeeded.
It's funny because there is a mod for Total War Warhammer 3 with the dragon Kate lady when she's corrupted by Slanesh, so she's not very much clove, and it's not taken down yet. So maybe.
Yep. I mean, it's basically that. They might have changed their policy because of that, but it's one of those things to remember that you'll notice by the company's action. Like fan
Hmm.
creations, for example, legally, let's say I get one, for example, I want people to make stuff. I wouldn't even mind if they monetize it, but I need them to go through official channels for
Yeah.
legal reasons. Because if they don't go through official channels, the issue is it'll undermine my copyright, which will then weaken my claim to my IP. And if that happens to the point where it degrades, then there's no structure and people can just rip it off directly.
Hmm.
So it's like, okay, if you want to monetize stuff, you have to talk to me first, and we have to come up with a legal agreement. That way, my IP is still protected, and you can make your fan creation. Now, like simple fan arts and stuff like that, I promote the ever living crap out of those because,
Yeah.
well, they're just simple fan arts and stuff
Yeah,
like
you
that.
just before the stream, I asked you what image should I use, and you sent me this one, and said, "Show this one. I love it, and I want to promote everything I can."
Yep, this image is drawn by Indio, Brazilian artist, great guy. Uh, not as relative new addition to the team, but he was new last year, I believe. And I absolutely adore his work. He's
Mm.
fantastic.
But what you're saying is taking me back to I think it was yesterday. You did the Archcast, and you talk a lot about Paradox. To be honest, it's a company I don't know much of, but I heard some things about them, and I know Imperator and stuff like that. But I never played, I think, any Paradox game. But it's like CA, the track record is very bad. So if I understand everything you say correctly, you have to spot the faking fans. You have to check the track record of the company or the people who is doing that.
Yep, that's more or less correct. I mean, you'll know whether or not a company is doing right based on their interactions and their history, because their history will tell you. Because they'll obviously say one thing to placate people, but what are they actually doing? Like, what have they done?
Mm.
How many times have they gone after modders? And when you look at it, you're like, actually, they've gone after modders quite a bit.
Yeah,
Then it's like, well, their mouth says one thing, but their actions say another. Now, I will
yeah,
say for Paradox, Paradox is they're a tricky one to talk about. They're much from the stuff I've seen so far. They're much more tolerant of their modding community than Creative Assembly ever was, because they actively rely on the modding community to carry their games because their games kind of suck.
yeah,
So
yeah. That's what I heard many times. They keep disappointing one after another, after another, after another, after another, and they just keep going.
the bad track record of poorly thought out games that have mechanics that don't make sense.
Yep. And it's also reminding me of the big bad guy of the fake Thinkings fan is Guild Workshop. I know we talk a lot about them, but they just hate their fans that much. It's impressive, and That's why I was asking this question, because I get that you can think that this question is kind of weird in a way, but I just don't understand why a big company and people, because this is one thing to do a bad movie like Star Wars. You know, mistakes can be made, and sometimes you fail with style. But to just keep going at the fans and somehow being still alive as a company, I don't get it. It's like some people are just brainwashed, and the other are just leaving the boat, or maybe not. It's I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe it's my autism at play. It's possible, but it's a thing that grapples my mind, and I can keep. I just don't get it. I don't get it. It's so weird to me, because the last thing I bought from Game Workshop, and I was such a whale for them. I had like 10 armies, I don't know, maybe more. And I spent like thousands and thousands and thousands of euros in Warhammer miniature and paint and everything. And the last thing I bought for them was the Lizardman Codex in 2013, maybe, way before the end times, because I didn't have any friends to play, to be honest, but I still love the game. And now, even if I have friends to play with, I just don't want to. I don't want to give the people my money. And there is so much, like you talk about creative assembly, people who still defend the game and the policies, and yeah, we will get the big map someday, maybe, I don't know. And how does it works? I don't get it.
How the people defend it? Well, let's start with them first. So the people that defend those
Yeah,
things,
it's quite chaotic. Sorry.
yeah, I mean, it's quite a bit of topics. No worries. But it's difficult. But for them, I can actually understand, because I've spoken with a lot of them. A lot of them are tired of complaining about things. They're tired of things being bad, and some of them also are like, yeah, well, eventually we will get it. And so they don't see the problem in it, because they're more casual. They don't take it as seriously as you and I do, because to be honest, we're more hardcore gamers. As I know, this sounds a bit cringe, but that's just the reality. We
Yeah,
care
that's it.
a lot more deeply about it because we're bigger into the hobby than they are. And there's nothing wrong with the fact that they want to partake either. But the issue is you got to explain to them in a respectful way, because you need them to understand, because a lot of these people can be reached. A lot of them can be. So don't it's important to not like lash out at them. They just don't understand our point of view. And once you explain it to them, they kind of get it better. Because they just don't care as much, because they have other things or other hobbies and interests, so it's not a super big priority. Like, hey, okay, they'll get the Mortal Empires update, they'll fix Total Warhammer 3, in a year's time. I've got other things to do on my backlog. I got, maybe I got some hockey to play, maybe I've got some books to read, some other things. It's not a big deal to them. But versus, let's say like Rome 2 launched, when that was like right after I got dumped by somebody I really was into at the time, and I was like, oh boy, the big thing I was looking for to cheer me up is garbage.
I know the feeling too.
I was like, what a friggin' letdown. Now the mood's even worse.
It's like the feeling when you have a hard day at work and you came back and you say, I can finally eat my chicken, or a big pork roast, and the thing turned bad or something. It's you like,
it's spoiled. You go in the fridge, like, oh yeah, I'd like some chocolate milk with my cookies, and then you smell the milk, like, ooh, that's not, nope. That's bad.
that's life itself giving you the finger.
Oh man, and that sucks. That really does suck. And when you explain these things to people like that, they actually do get it a little bit more. But not everybody will get it. It's one of those issues where as the market expands, as more people get into it, it's gonna be something that I think we have to be patient with these guys, and we have to explain to them,
like little retarded people. We have to be patient with them.
we are got to help them, They don't know any better.
They are
They're
like
children.
little sausage. You have to be patient and explain slowly.
Yes. Well, I know from experience because I've talked to quite a few of them. Like I first, was harsh with them, and then I was like, that doesn't really get through to them.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I get the feeling about that because, to be honest, I may have some harsh words in some forums and, but yeah, I was angry and I didn't understand and to be honest, I still don't. But yeah, I get what you say, and you are true. You are true.
yep. And the other thing in regards to what was the second thing? Oh, it just slipped my mind just
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Sorry, I'm all over
There's
the
two
place.
there's two wings to this question. The
Yeah,
second wing was
so
more corporate.
it's why they are so dedicated to a company that don't care about them first. So you just answered, and why don't they go to other places, to other licenses, to other universe, to maybe
Yeah.
yours or mine or anything. There is so many stuff today, and it's like people keep going to the stuff that spit on them.
Yep. They do because they have no alternative. And I come to understand it as this way. It's like, flavors of ice cream, right? You may have vanilla, I might have chocolate, but they really want pecan. And pecan is Warhammer 40K. They're looking for a specific flavor, and they want that flavor, but the only company making that flavor is, well, that company. You know?
So it's like laziness in a way.
In a way, but it's like, you have a favorite flavor of something you really like, chicken noodle soup, and you want that chicken noodle soup, but the guy selling it's a bit of a dick, but at the same time you're like, yeah, well, I'm willing to put up with it to get to scratch that itch. And it is also, in a way, there's multiple factors. Honestly, it'd be difficult to describe them all. The other
Yeah,
factor
yeah,
is a lot
yeah.
of these
Like
people.
I said, I'm all
Oh,
over the place, and it's a complex topic. So
that's
sorry
okay, we got all
to
day.
put you in that place.
That's okay. I'm autistic. We'll get to every branch of it. I think the next part is also, like you said, laziness. A lot of people are like, yeah, but I've had pecan before, and I like pecan. I don't feel like risking it and trying chocolate or vanilla today. And so they
Yeah.
stick with that flavor. The other branch of that is they didn't know there were other flavors to try to begin with
Mm.
at all. They're like, wait, there's vanilla and chocolate, there's strawberry. You know, I know that's a bit of a childish analogy there, but
No, no, but
I think that
it's true because, like you said, about the casual audience, and I think about you that you don't have much more free time today, and you always have to remember that internet is not real life, and people have life. They have jobs, they have family, they have kids, they have spouse, they have hookers that they like and stuff like that. So they have a limited amount of time. So um, if I translate your answer and theory with what I say, it's like they don't have time to spend to look for new things.
Yep. The one way you can spread awareness about this, because it's not a doom and gloom scenario, is the power of word of mouth. You have a friend, let's say your best friend's like, hey, have you seen this game? It's really cool, and they introduce you into it. There's ways to introduce them, and that's why you kind of have to roll in the power of word of mouth. I mean, that's what's carried my project, and all the external support I get is thanks to people coming along and donating. If it wasn't for them, there's no way I'd be where I am right now. It's thanks to the word of mouth, because people are like, hey, check out this indie project. Like, I remember seeing a post on 4chan about it that somebody shared with me, and I was flabbergasted because I didn't know anybody actually cared or even noticed, to be honest, outside of my
Yeah.
sphere. But it's interesting to see that people are sharing it, and if it wasn't for those people promoting it and sharing it, I'd be nothing without them.
I could ask you a ton of question about visibility when you are a small creator, but we don't have much time because there are many other questions, and it's like already more than 2 hours that we speak. But yes, when you are small, you have to work on your promotion of your stuff
Yep.
and
And
invest
it's
a lot.
yes, you do need to invest in promotional art. I just completed a commission not that long ago that, or Indio, sorry, excuse me, Indio completed a commission for me about just a promotional piece with the Three Sisters, and I just released that about a week ago or so. Just be like, hey, check out these characters; they're really cool. It's okay to do promotional art and once in a while because you just be like, hey, look at the cool characters. Don't you like these characters? Don't they look cute? You know, I don't know more about them, maybe.
Yeah, there is someone, Geddy, 3443. Sorry to bad English. He says, to a degree, there is the sunk cost idea, where a large amount has already been put in, either time or money, and through that, they want to continue to recoup in some way. This is true.
Ah, Getty. Yeah, Getty's a good guy. And he's absolutely spot on. We actually missed that. That's a huge factor. I remember my friends when they were like, "Let's try a different MMO." And at that time, we'd been in high school. We were playing World of Warcraft still, and it was kind of starting to fall by the wayside. But a lot of us, include myself included, were like, "Yeah, but we've spent so much time and money in this game.
Yep.
Like, I don't really want to pick up another one and start all over."
Yep, and I talked earlier about the music sphere. I don't know if you haven't been to a music festival.
You know what's funny? No, I
Yep.
have not.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm a metal dude. So, and in Europe, we have many metal festival. I think even more than in the US.
I wouldn't
Uh,
be surprised.
yeah,
I mean, I
yeah.
live out in the middle of nowhere, so I don't get to
No,
see
no,
a
no.
lot.
But in the whole country, and many US bands say we love to go to Europe. Special. Ah, fuck that word. Specifically because of the festival. There is like two, three, five, maybe 10 if you count the small one in every country. So in the summer period, like from May to September, a band can go for like doing an event every day at different places. Maybe two if they are very good with the transport. So and when you are a music fan, you must have some friends, and many of them go to the same event. But sometimes one of them say, I prefer to go for this festival this year, or for this festival for this band, etc., etc. And the other guy say, no, we want to go to that one, the one we usually go like every year, etc., etc. And so there is like a magnet phenomenon to keep some people to the same event, like for some license, for some video game, for some, for comics, etc., etc. So they stay in the same place because people bring other people.
Yep. They bring new people into the
Yeah,
sphere.
I'm not sure I'm clear enough, but I think you got the idea. And so there is this phenomenon, like you said, for the MMO, because this is a multiplayer game. So there is a guild, there is a raid, there is so there. This is quite rare, to be honest, for some people to play an MMO alone all the time. So if he plays with other people, he will play with the same game over and over and over, and it will not change because there is some progression, the items, the achievement, the mount. So yes, you are quite spot on, Gedi.
Yep. And that applies to just more than MMOs. That applies to
Yes.
almost any hobby. Once you're invested, I mean, you have all those Warhammer models. Like I've got some under my
Yep.
bed. I've got some cool collector's books I bought during the end times because I was getting in. Yeah, laugh it up.
What are you talking about? I don't know about that one.
I do know because that's when I was like, you know what? I've always wanted to get into Warhammer.
Yeah, I know
Now
the
is the time.
story.
There's a big event called the End Times happening. Cool stuff's happening. Bought all the books, getting caught up. Got some Skaven and some Lizardmen, and then I was like, wait, the world blows up.
Yeah.
What a waste of
But
money.
this is another part of the question, and I think we can finish about that with that specific topic you brought is the how the fuck this company stay afloat. I don't get it. Because
uh,
like the end times they destroyed everything. I heard stories about players who were in tears, like for specific one who plays Bretonia, and Bretonia is nowhere to be seen. So Games Workshop just shut on him, and he will never be able to play except for house rules and stuff like that. So I don't get it. And with all the bad press, the bad PR, the player drop, the people who burn down the whole army, and I quite understand that even it's quite radical, but I seriously understand. How do they still in the game? I don't get it. I don't get it. Because now
yep.
there is so many other companies that do nice miniature. There is the 3D printing who is exploding, and uh, it's a mystery. But I'm bad at business, so maybe that's it.
Well, I mean, we talk about it, and a lot of people in our circles are pretty negative to it, but we don't interact with people outside of those circles. And the few that I have, you know, they get very defensive because if they often feel like they're being attacked when you say, like, when you criticize the end times. And that's a problem because it's hard to have a dialogue and understand those people when you try to criticize something and that they feel like you're not criticizing the product, you're actually going after them, as that's how they feel. And so it's very
Yeah,
hard to understand the people that still buy these things because you have to kind of baby them a little bit because
yeah.
they're a bit soft, and you don't want them to clam up on you. But from what I see, a lot of them are like they still enjoy it, and it's like people who like things. Like you and I would say, not to sound like an elitist, but we have refined tastes. We prefer things
Yeah.
to be like complicated, like the lore
Yeah.
matters, the
It's
mechanics. Yeah.
the acquired taste debate, yes, and
Yep.
it's quite real. I can again speak about music, like there is the soft rock and there is the death metal and stuff like that. It's an acquired taste.
Yep, it's not for everybody, and the problem is Games Workshop, and I think Arch correctly predicted this because he's more into that than I am, but they very much looked at Blizzard and were jealous of Blizzard's success, ironically, because Blizzard took their idea, which is a bit funny,
Yeah.
but they're jealous of the success, and what they're trying to do is they want bigger. They're not satisfied or content with the audience they have
Oh,
established. They want a bigger audience. They
yeah,
want to
yeah,
be mainstream.
the so-called wider audience.
The mythical wider audience is what they're chasing. And the issue is they don't realize how good they have it. They carved out a niche. They dominate that market and they're
Yep.
throwing it away.
They indirectly, of course, bankrupt many many other competitor in the back old days.
Yep. And I wouldn't be
I
surprised if this ruins them in the long run.
Yeah, but that's to me that's the logical conclusion. Like they sunk all the money in Warhammer Plus. They keep increasing the price of the miniature, the paint, even the terrain. There is a nice YouTuber I follow named Commissar Gamza, and he talks a lot about the finance of Game Workshop and the 3D printing field that is exploding, as I said, and he says that that's the future is very bleak for Games Workshop if they continue down that path. And I'm wondering, like, is it today? No. Today? No. Today? No. Why?
The thing is, these
I want
collapses
it to
are very
burn.
slow. I know, but it will take a considerable amount of time because losing player fall off. Look at World of Warcraft, right?
Yeah.
Look at that. That game
Oh, it's
is
impressive the fall off.
Yep, it's fall off, but again, it takes a long time
Yep.
for a giant to fall. Look at the Roman Empire. When it was teetering out, like
Yeah.
half of it fell to barbarians, and the eastern half clung to its existence for another 1,000 years. Like it took a while. Like in the same vein, these corporations. But yeah, Commissar Gamza is pretty spot on in that regard. I definitely agree with him.
You know the guy or
I know of his existence, never met him though.
yeah,
But he seems fairly intelligent on that
he
regard. I've
he
seen
did
of his stuff.
some so perfect video. I specifically oh, I did it right. That's fine. Specifically remember one about nostalgia box, as I call it. It was with the Dark Eldar and the Space Marines, Black Templar, I think. And this was the entry box for that time. I think it was the third edition, I think. And the original box have terrain, have measuring sticks, have dice, have the miniature, the rules, and with the rules there were also the specific rule for the miniature you got. So it's like mini codexes. You got everything to start, and the art of the box was astonishing. Everything was awesome, like everything in the past. And they redone that box today for like 3 times the price, but nothing, just the miniature. No rule book, no measuring sticks, no decor, nothing. Why? Why? It's so stupid. It's it's a record. I think we should measure it like science. I don't know, but why do they keep coming with such stupid idea? I don't get it. I can't even picture the meeting. Like, you know what would be cool? Like, we did the box 20 years ago, but with well, like a third of what was in it originally. Yeah, cool. Why? Why? Yes, the Tyranid dice. The Tyranid dice. I is the people today are that stupid? I don't know, but I start. It's.
I mean, I
It
hate to
hurts
say
my
it, but
brain.
the real answer is to your question is yes, people are that stupid. The people that buy those overpriced plastic Funko Pop things, those pieces of garbage. I have one of those as a gift somewhere, I think, unless I threw it away. I don't know where it would be. But those things, cheap, rubbish, garbage.
Yeah,
The
it's
fact
bad.
that they charge like $20 or whatever, $30 for those things. What a scam.
But for the pop figurine, I kinda can understand. Kinda. Because many people who buy these things, they don't know anything else exists.
Yep, that's true. And you also get the people that are enticed. Like it's
Yeah.
like, they're like, oh well, I have a Tyranid army. Like the Tyranid dice would be so cool. Imagine me going to the next game with my buds and be like,
Yeah,
hey,
but
check out my
$38,
Tyranid
it's
and
a
my Tyranid
lot.
dice. Yeah, $38. Go to hell. I'm not paying for that.
But for like I continue for the pop figurine. Many people who got that. It's also the grandma who want to do a present and something like that. So I understand why this works. But for Warhammer and other more niche things, and also about the pop thing, they have everything. They have the it clown, they have the predator, they have everything. So of course sometimes they have to sell. It's like you can't not sell things if you own everything. It's it's mathematical. So I can get it, but for Warhammer, no, I don't understand. So wait, let's. I remember. I think way too much about this question, so I will move to another one. But if you have something to add, maybe.
We can move to the next question, I suppose. I
Yeah.
mean, I've got no rush though, so if you want to explore a topic, we can.
Yeah, no, but I think we cover the topic in every direction and dimension possible. I think we also break the fourth wall at some point. So
We might be in the fifth dimension by this
yeah,
point.
yeah, yeah. um, so as I said before we started the interview, I listened to many, 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 many hours of you talking about your project. At one point, even I was like, "Wait, there is silence. He's not talking." Why don't I keep hearing about Legend of Terrestria? So you talk about the game design, how to animate, how to do a storyboard with the. I remember it was quite nice how you did it with the nightmare of the princess and the gods and everything, and it was very nice. Um, you you told that in a way you're just a vessel of your story. That in again in a way it actually writes itself, and you're just a tool to make it itself manifest to the world. Can you elaborate on that? Because even for me it's quite autistic, even if I understand what you mean, but
Yes, yes. Okay, so to expand upon what I was talking about there, when you get in the, I guess the best word to describe it is the zone, right?
yeah.
Of creating, the ideas flow like water. You don't need to really put much effort into thinking anymore. They just come to you. And it ceases to be a sort of process of going thinking, and you just write and you write and you write until you cannot write anymore, and then you go back and you look through it. And sometimes that works out very well, like the horrific monsters we made for the Jungle of Vatsti. All of those just came to me. I laid in bed to go to bed, and I had these horrific ideas on things that just I hated, and I was like, I'm going to start writing about them. And so I wrote and wrote and wrote, and then I came up with like a good 40, 50 monsters. Not that they're all going to make the cut, but I was like, these ones are cool. This one,
it,
oh,
it
this one
was
could be part of this. Yeah.
it was Kara design, not story.
Well, story and design. It's
Okay.
it's both. Like it can be a scene. Like I'll be, listening to music or something, and I'll be picturing a scene of Celeste walking around or a character doing X, Y, or Z, and I'm like, what if, this happens and that
I
happens? And then all of a
think
sudden it
that
just flows.
sometimes your character are like victim of you. Sometimes.
They're not a victim. Because honestly, in a way, I don't know about
How
you,
can I
but
kill her today?
that's when I'm just messing with them. Okay, that's when I'm messing with Squealy specifically, who I see in
They
chat.
have
But
feelings. Can you?
the, they do. Honestly, once you know your characters well enough,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
really doesn't question of trying to figure out what they're supposed to do because you already know.
yeah.
Like they would never do that in a million years. So it's like, okay, like what you know what they do, and so the characters' interactions become easier and easier the more you understand them.
Yep, I agree. And I especially agree with the like you said, the zone. It's some things I had. It's much rarer these days, to be honest. But yeah, from when I was in a like creative rush, I wrote like maybe 20, 30 page of books. So it's not the same as you, but yeah, I was rushing it like mad, and I didn't stop before my head started to hurt.
Yep. I mean, it's another thing to say for those who are curious and want to know. When you're in that mode, don't switch your brain off. Don't switch to editing. Just keep writing until you
Yep,
can't anymore.
Yeah, that's what I do. I write the whole thing to beginning to end, and when I say it's over, okay, the book is over. Now I can start to rewrite and recheck everything, but not until the first draft is done.
Yep. For the game, it's a bit different, sadly,
Yeah,
because you have
that's
factors and you have to factor in the gameplay. It's like, okay, if nothing combat happens here, the people who are like, where's the fighting? They're gonna be very bored.
that's why I was asking this question, because it's I know you have a big emphasis on the story, but it's not a book, it's a game, and the stories sometimes have to be sacrificed for the sake of the gameplay and the pacing and the rhythm of the play. So it's not the
Yep.
same as a story, just a story.
Yep. So the story has to be crafted around the game, and so that's why it's very careful. Like I had to redo the lore on how quote unquote magic, or we call it illumine, how it
Yeah, yeah,
works,
yeah, yeah.
so that lore wise it connected with the gameplay mechanics. Because I was having issues where it was like, this doesn't like work with the game anymore, or now it doesn't make sense in the lore anymore. So it needs to be reflective because it's a huge part of the story. So it has to be sound. It has to be designed well.
But if I can do a theory for 5 minutes. First you do the story and the design of the monster and things like that, and after you pass the baton to the game side of things.
Yep, I mean I'm both the lead writer and the game designer, so it's easy for me because I can juggle between the two.
Yeah.
Um, But yeah, so I try to write first because again, you still want to write the story because if you don't foreplan it at all, it's going to be a discombobulated mess.
Mm.
Because you need to actually have a plan for the story.
Yep.
And then how I'm structuring the story right now is I'm working in plot chunking by just sort of like, okay, here the characters need to be here by this point in the timeline, this point in the timeline, and then we'll string in the gaps together and we'll tighten it up and we'll clean
It's
it
the
up.
same as I do. It's
Yep, I
like
mean plot chunking.
the drawing book when you're kids and you have to just connect the dot to make an image.
Yep,
It's how
I
I
mean
write.
Yep, I mean, I think it's actually the plot chunking method is a really good way because it's for planning this entire story. You do the beginning, middle, and end, and then you start adding more chunks. Like, okay, like the characters do this, or now that we added the warfare mechanic, I had to add a new element to the story. I was like, well, Nidus was sort of a background character, and now Nidus is got a bigger role in the game than he did before. So now I have to expand his work, expand the writing around him, and we're expanding the designs so that they reflect that he plays a bigger pivotal role in the story.
So I have to ask it because it's been some time. So, do you like pencil though?
Do I like pencils?
You know the pencils thing.
Yes. The New World meme. I am familiar. I was there for it.
Yeah.
Of
No.
course I like it. Came up with it. I think some people in my audience are a little concerned how much I like it. We have a guy named Strato, and I tell him that we're gonna widen him with one of them pencils, and he gets a little scared.
Yeah, and what about the big question? Should you be bred or pegged?
Neither,
This is
preferably.
the new fundamental philosophical question.
See, if I ever make it big and people look back on these interviews and be like, "Oh, cool! Like, what made him write these things?" Like, pegging and breeding. Okay.
Yeah,
That's a
so jokes done. But to get back to the question, because I know about the zone when the writing is involved, but about the game design, is it the same? Do you have a zone too about that, or is it so different that you can't really be in the zone?
honestly, I feel like initially it was hard at the beginning. I will not lie, because you had to be in both mindsets. But now Now it's different. Now that I understand better on how the game works mechanically, I mean I designed the mechanics to reflect the story so that they fit piece by piece. Now it feels like it comes almost naturally. It is an acquired skill, so you're gonna have to learn
Mm.
it when you do it because you gotta like okay, it's gotta have gameplay. There's gotta be combat because the combat system's robust and awesome, and not using that system would be a sin. So it's like okay, there's plenty of combat encounters. Like I try to focus on the main story arc, and I'm not doing anything with side stories or side quests because I'm just gonna focus on the main story first, and then I'll go back through each chapter and add secondary storylines that tie into the main story. Because I don't want you to go around and be like,
Mm.
"Oh, the party for some reason decides to stop and help a farmer find 15 carrots." Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
not
You talk
that doesn't.
about that. This is not the story. The character can do that. They are princess and stuff, and
It wouldn't reflect well on the character and it wouldn't make sense considering the context of what they're doing and experiencing. It feels out of place and I want their story, their missions, their quests, I want them to all be tied into a greater whole so it feels like you're working towards something bigger and greater.
mm. And so it's quite hard for your game because if I'm not mistaken, you wrote multiple storyline, I guess, with the gods and the past and the current event of the game. So you have like um, 3 or 4 dimension of story to take in account. So
Uh
it's quite chaotic.
it is quite chaotic because but it's manageable because I've got my own method internally. So every arc has its own focus or emphasis. And it's like, okay, it's built upon, 1,000 years of carefully planned history and dynasty building that I have done. And so there'll be story elements that'll reference things that happened in the past because I've spent so much time world building and just getting into the nitty gritty that I have, 1,000 years to work with. Like the Astro Dominion Wars. I have the year dates for when they happened, the battles of where they took place. And I need to know that information because if the characters go to those places, should there be something referential? Yes, it may have happened 400 to 300 to maybe 200 years ago, but would there be some sort of scar? And that feeling creates a history with the world. And
Mm.
I very much have always loved history. And I want when the
Yeah,
player
yeah,
experiences world that they're not just going in a new world where it's just a generic fantasy setting. This world has history. It's been around for thousands of years. Characters have legends have been formed, empires have crumbled, and new empires have risen. Like it's the same old story you've heard 1,000 times. So you need to figure out, like where you are, the stories, the legends, the songs, because we've talked about, having songs and hymns, and these hymns will be reflective of
yeah.
things like that. Thanks to our composer on that.
But don't you think at some point there is gonna be too much waste in a way?
I don't I don't actually think so. So with our project, it's very much a passion project, right? We do
Yeah.
have internal deadlines, of course, because we cannot go like,
How
it's done
many
when.
years now? Do
How many
for
years
the
have?
we'll work with team, paid team, and
Okay.
everything.
So that started around 20. You know what? Hold on. I can get a more confirmed date because I have it marked in the studio Discord.
Because
Just
I'm sure you're aware that there is the perfection syndrome, as I like to call it. Like you want to work, perfect, but nothing comes out.
Oh yeah. No, that's not the issue I'm having. The issue I'm having with my project and I will always have is that it's just a big project.
Mm.
We're actually tackling things right now. Like we're on the process of tackling two major story arcs that happened before the game that their characters' father and mother are a part of, their uncles and these other characters that are important in the story. And I need to get that done because well, it needs to be done because that's fairly important in the
Mm.
story. But it looks about like 2019 to 2018 is when we actually started getting our solid footing with Mixers Live the Legend of Terrestria.
Okay.
And to bear in mind, I had been on it off and on as a hobby up until that point, but that's when money started to be spent. That's when the wheels started to actually spin.
Yep. So, like 4 years, more or less.
Yep, four or so years about now, and we've made a lot of progress.
Yeah.
The big hindrance, though, with our project is we have funding for the art, but we actually do not have funding for the programmers. So the programmers have to work on spare time. And so that is one of the big bottlenecks we are stuck with. I'm currently trying to expand the channel as much as I can to get more revenue gains. But the problem is our programmers are based in the West. And to be
Yeah.
brutally honest, Western programmers, well, I love them, but I can't quite afford them full time yet
Yep,
because
that's one thing I was maybe considering when you talk about it, to start checking like the Philippines and things like that to have good drawer because they cost less.
I mean, you got to work with what you get, and it's
Yep.
sometimes if they can outbid the others, well then they can. And I've had really bad luck with Western artists for some reason, and I just find the Eastern artists have a better work
But
ethic.
don't take it the wrong way. I'm not trying to push anything, but I can maybe have you give you some contact I have, but we will talk about that later about programmers. But yeah, maybe if you're interested.
I'm always open to the idea. You never know.
Yep. But this is the team of my drawer because he's working in quite like you, to be honest, in a project of a video game, and is my drawer is the, how to call it in English, head of artistic direction, something like that, and all of his friends are like more in the programming side of things. So yes, maybe because they're looking for jobs, to be honest, to fund their project of passion project. So
Yep, I
anyway, you were talking about like some challenge in the creative process, and I've heard many times, and even just here, you talk about the relative slowness of the progress, because you progress a lot, but there is still nothing to play test or everything, and so what's the most frustrating thing? It's like you said for the programmers.
the most frustrating thing is got to be working so hard and working so much and only being able to show the tiniest portion of it. I feel like I share so much, but when I look at all the work we've done, we haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we can share or show. And that sucks to me because I want to give the people supporting us, I want to give them something tangible, something that they can play, something that they can see, that they can hear and enjoy and be able to see what all their contributions have done. And it bothers me, and that's the one thing that always bothers me actively, is that although they've done so much for me and all I can share with them is some art and some lore blurbs, and I can't show them everything yet, and that
Yeah,
sucks.
and not tell everything either.
Yep, because if I tell everything, it'll actually ruin their experience,
Yeah.
and I don't want to spoil the experience for them.
So the thing that bothers you the most is the reception, in a way.
In a way, yeah, definitely. I would like them to have more, but
Yeah.
I can't share, like, there's so many characters I can't show because if I show them, then that'll start to give away parts of the story. I have considered
And
doing some streams like of what you could call like a spoiler warning stream, so they can, like, okay, there might be spoilish content in here, so that people can see more, but also be warned so that they're ready for the fact that it might change their perspective of the game.
but do you have a roadmap or something? I don't remember
I do.
you're talking about that.
It is. Here's an old one. It has over what I think 400 or 500 different layers. These layers are different map modes, like what each country can see and knows about. I got that inspiration from Europa Universalis. Fun fact. I was like, that's true. Only a nation would know about certain things in the world, and so I made an information graph on each nation on what they know as common knowledge, rare knowledge, and
No, 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 no,
zero
no.
versus no knowledge.
You misunderstand. I was talking about roadmap for the future of the game, like
Oh,
playtest.
roadmap.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought you said world map.
No,
My
no, no.
bad.
Road. Sorry, sorry.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So the roadmap. Okay, very different, but also kind of a map in a way. That one is very much the goal for our roadmap for this summer is to get the combat prototype, more or less all the main mechanics in, like line of sight, buildings, more ability, more characters, the spell book fully integrated, the ability to drag spells in, and that it saves locations. That all those core features implemented into the test build. Then the next element of that roadmap, and I've shared this before, I believe, is getting all the art assets to cover it up. So because it looks a little bit bare, a little naked, if you will. And
Mhm.
so it'll look pretty with proper art, proper UI art, and proper animations. Then get sound effects, then get the music. We got a lot of the music actually ready. Some of the combat music. Good job to Robert. He's ahead of everyone. Speeding ahead he is. And then get that all packaged up in a nice presentable build so that when people see it, they'll understand the vision of what we're going for. And then
Mm.
we'll release that as the closed combat test sometime this summer. That's the hope, that's the goal.
Oh, no,
That's the
so
focus.
that's quite close.
That is the hope. I mean, we've gotten fairly lucky. We had some major hiccups in terms of the code, where there were some things that were breaking when we started doing like the dynamic lighting system, and that were causing all sorts of issues, which
You
did
were
set us
so
back.
proud of that. You were so proud of
Robin did a
that.
very cool job with that, but that also broke the game several times.
When you played with the dynamic lighting, it was like a little kid. Look the light, look the light. Ah, I move the character. Look the light, look the light.
It's really cool because it'll make
You
the
were
world
so
look so much
cute.
better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But that's one of the things. Like some of the features have caused things to be hiccuped. Like the building code, that was tricky because we have multiple levels in our game, and so getting the game to understand when a character's behind a building, what layer to move, if they're in the second floor, or if they're in the bottom floor, or if they're outside, and what happens if yes to all of those or yes to some of those. And the game had to understand, okay, what layer of the building to move, like a dollhouse,
Mm.
like you pull it apart and you can see the characters
Yeah,
inside.
there was also the how to put it, when when a fight occurs, there is a mini zone that appears and move the character and do the animation and stuff like that.
Yep, the combat animations. That was a tricky question to get because originally it was like, okay, we'll have a combat animation for every axis and angle. And then I looked at the animation cost and saw that bloat to like one character combat animation was like, okay, it's like $6,000. That's a lot, but that's not spine breaking. To 80,000, and I was like, no,
uh,
one character,
just
$80,000 worth? No, no, no.
just to note, 600 or 6,000. Don't remember what you
Six
said.
thousand
Yeah.
or something like that.
My biggest book cost $3,000 dollar, more or less, euros, but it was the same. So
Yep,
I can do two books.
2 books. Oh man, maybe I got in the wrong industry. Maybe I should have been making books.
But
Game costs are
it was
expensive.
one of the things I was wondering when I first listened to all of the stuff you sent me, and I was so relieved when you talked about one of your friends said you can't waste all of what you did. You can't make just one story. Do books, do other project with the story, with the IP, with the. And when I was like, yes, please don't waste that.
Yep. It'd be a waste to only do one story with all this work. That's why it's been built up to be so big. That's why I spent so much time world building and building this up to be huge. Like, oh god, how do I explain this? We're working on the city called Pyria, which is the new capital of the Astrian Empire right now, and the art and the design of just the palace itself and the palace defenses has taken about 2 months to do because key locations need that amount of effort in it, and the rest of the city can kind of be like, if it's not important to the game or the character doesn't go there, it'll just be like, we'll design it lightly, but we're not going to go heavy into it. If it plays a big role, it needs to be designed with care and detail. Who built it? Why did they build it? Why does it have walls there? Like, what made them to choose that location to move the capital? You know, what's the strategic reason behind it? Whose decision was it to move it there?
I will ask one question, and then after I will ask your question, Mates or Mates. Sorry for the pronunciation. You don't mention cost as a problem, but you keep bringing big number to me at least, and again, not the same reality with the US and Europe. Numbers don't mean the same thing, but you have a well-paid job? Have you like an heritage or something? Because it
Uh,
seems like you spend like I don't know $100,000 or something like that.
Oh God, I wish, but no, sadly. I think the ballpark of development costs per month is around the
Don't tell me private information. That's not my question. It's just
private.
like, but if you want, it's your place. It's
I'm
just
fair. No, no, no. I'm fine with that. I'm fairly
okay.
open with it because I want to be, because the people who give me money, they deserve to know what they're spending it on, what I'm spending it on.
I
Because
quite agree.
I said to them, and I said to my team as well, that the donations I receive, I want to put into the game's development and anything that supports the game development, which if it needs to be the channel for some reason, which it rarely does, thanks to all the reusable art assets Indio made and Sala, thank God for them. Um, so that's budget's been cut down to very small, but or whatever. But it's definitely in like it depends. It depends on a couple factors. Now I have my full-time job that I work 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's really nice family business stuff on anti-piracy work. Then the second wing of my income, and honestly it's almost rivaling my income there, is the YouTube channel. I
Hmm.
make enough out of YouTube thanks to the generosity of others that I could support myself off that and still work on the project, but only a little bit, you know, because I wouldn't have that much left.
You want to know something about my YouTube channel? I will tell the correct number to not be wrong, but it's like I earn €2 per month on my YouTube channel.
But that's ad revenue. Ad revenue is always like
Yeah,
a couple chicken nuggets. Like it's just like a little bit.
yeah.
Same for me, by the way. Ad revenue is
It's €2 $43.
yep. What's YouTube's thing to get you to allow you to monetize and do supers? They changed the rules on that after I
I
made.
don't know. The thing is, YouTube is a very side thing for me. My main stuff is my books, and the rest is secondary. And
Yep, it's more of
yes,
a hobby. But
yeah,
you
in a
should
way,
consider
yeah.
once you get streaming up, you do want to enable the monetization, which I think you already did. Because
I
that actually
think,
yeah, it unlocks you. Because if you're not monetized, you actually put to the bottom of the list.
yeah, but
They slide you down.
I know that my YouTube thing is not top quality. This mic I have here is quite new. I have it since like 1 month. Before it was an old webcam since 2011, 12. It was bad
Yep.
sound, bad image, everything. So I updated quite recently. But yeah, since I have so little money with everything, like I gain more or less €1,000 per month with my
Mhm.
my pension. Half of that go to my rent. Then there is internet, telephone, social security, food, some medicine, and stuff like that. So I have at the end of the month something like 150 for other things, and I put all of that in my project. and yeah, it's it's quite low. So I don't have the luxury to finance my own stuff. I have to do crowdfunding.
Yep. And that's honestly what I ended up doing too, because I didn't have the money to support everything I needed in order to get this game studio really rolling. So that's why I started doing YouTube again, thanks to
Mm.
my friend Arch.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
like, you
yeah.
should
You
get back
talk
into
about
YouTube.
that.
Because I quit originally, because I was
Yep.
so sick of, I had interacted with a lot of YouTubers and I had a lot of bad
I have a
interactions.
question about that later, by the way.
Don't worry, we'll get to it.
Yeah, yeah, I know. But
We got all day.
to be honest, yes, I'm almost hammered because it's very late to me. But never mind. I feel in a very gay way your passion and everything. So it's delightful, really, to speak with you. So I don't feel the tiredness and everything. But yeah, it's awesome to speak with you. So you told me, yeah, I could rant about Lala for 10 hours. Let's break my record.
We still can.
Yeah. My record is almost 5 hours.
We're barely getting started. We're just getting warmed up.
Yeah. So yeah, what was my question again? Fuck.
It happens.
Yeah, about the money. So you have all the support you need for your project. So the money is not really a problem.
Well, sorta. I mean, it's always a problem because more money, more problems, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I have more
But
money,
it's a good
but I don't
problem
have
to
enough.
have. It's a good problem to have.
That is very true because thanks to that money, I've been able to get artists working full time. I've been able to get our composer working full time. The next goal is to get those programmers, and then it'll be great.
Yeah, because you know you have some music going with robots, if I'm correct.
Yep.
And sorry. For me, if I had to prepare an announcement trailer for my future crowdfunding this end of the year, and I was like, what's the price? And the guy told me the price. Ah, okay, I can do that, but can I pay in two part, please? Sorry, I'm poor.
It happens, you got to work out those arrangements. I've had that when I first started. By the way, I had those similar situations where it's like, all right, we'll pay with it in installments, because even when I started this anti-piracy job, like it wasn't a lot of money back in the day when I first started, and I didn't have a lot of money on YouTube, so I had to grow, I had to work, I had to figure out ways to expand revenue gains and try to figure out how to make more money so I could get more stuff to get things I need.
But the crazy thing is, in a way, we are creating jobs.
You're absolutely correct. We are actually job makers. Like I've given jobs to poor people in third world countries. So you know what? Look at that way. I've done more than these AAAs do. I certainly don't think they do that.
Yeah, and today you are making me like $1 maybe.
Listen, you gotta start small.
Yeah,
when I first
yeah.
started YouTube, it was like a quarter.
Yeah. It's like I don't know the name in English, but the DuckTales guy.
McScrooge or whatever.
Yeah. I don't. I know the French name, but not the English name. The rich duck. The first penny or something. I think I will get a coin of €1. I say this is from Kibs.
Mounted on the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, Arch didn't get me many money. I was disappointed. Bad Barch.
Bad Barch.
Yeah, but you told me, you have to tell people to share the interview, the link, and everything. I did with Arch, and he didn't.
Okay, he's forgetful. Okay,
Yeah, I know.
He's done this to me, even his good bestest friend Kibs. He's stood me up many times, and it's not that he stands you up because he doesn't
No,
mean
no,
it.
no. I
It's
know,
because
I
he's a
know, I know.
forgetful old man.
It's just a joke. Ash was very nice, and to be honest, I think I said it to him, but it's like because Arch for me. Let me fanboy for just a second, and then I will tell the Mates question because it seems that is the correct pronunciation.
Okay.
I'm a very big fan of Arch for multiple reasons, but the main one is maybe to me the most truthful YouTuber there is, and it's refreshing as fuck because it doesn't mince words. It doesn't in a way give his opinion. He try to find the truth and theory craft about it and think, and he doesn't have a persona in a way. Everyone has on the internet, but he tries to just be a passionate guy. And
Yep.
he told me in the interview that he was very naive before, and he learned the hard way. So now he protects himself more, thanks to you, by the way. And I have a question about that also. But oh, he's here. Hello, Arch. Thanks to it's quite nice. I'm just gushing about
Now
you,
look,
by
he's
the way.
gushing again.
But yes,
Uh,
I'm very very fond of Arch, and now I'm shy, and I will do the anime blush face, and be quiet for a minute. Yep.
poor little Christopher.
Yeah, no, but really is it was a nice moment, and I didn't have any problem from the fact that there was not many people there. I know I'm bad at promoting myself and everything, and if you Kibs didn't share the link and everything, they I don't think there will be that many people here. So
That's okay. I mean, I've gotten good at shilling shit, so don't worry about it.
yeah, but I'm a very small channel, very, very, very small, and I don't know how I got to over 1,000 subscriber, and I know also that French-speaking people will not come to English speaking stuff. This
It's
is
true.
just the way.
They'll learn their place soon enough.
And it's sad because they miss on so much stuff. It's like a truthful spitting fact from me. Everything that is happening in France, Belgium, Switzerland, and more the most part of Europe, but mainly France and Belgium, it all come from United States and the United Kingdom. We're like always behind, always. It's just a question of time to the thing that nest itself and flourish in a way. It's it, if this many stupid people can finally learn English, they will learn so much. It's impressive, impressive.
Yep. I mean, it's understandable. Like, you don't know a language, you just don't want to feel like learning it. I can't say that I speak any other languages besides English. I'm fortunate that English is a trade language and
Yeah,
one of the predominant ones. So
but
lucky
it's
me.
the world language, so I think there is almost an education argument to make to not force but heavily encourage people to learn English, because like I said, I'm from the music side of things too, and like almost every fucking band speak English, so Do you want to learn to understand what they are saying? Maybe.
Yep.
So yeah, that's the way I learned English. School did very little for me about that. It was all thanks to music. The question from the chat from Mattes is how long? Oh, sorry. Let me repeat that. How long does Kibs want the game to be? Do we have an average game time in mind?
I did do research on this. And generally there is a sweet spot in terms of runtime of how long an RPG should be, but the more I work on my game, the more I'm like, all right, there's that sweet spot, that's true, but the game should be as long as it absolutely needs to be, and as long as the story needs it to be. It's okay to have additional content, but the focus should be on having good content and a good amount of that content being solid and well, and instead of trying to cut it short or extend its pacing, just make it as natural as possible. Because it's not about the amount of time a player plays the game, it's all about the quality of that experience. Like you can make 1 hour of amazing stuff versus 10 hours of mediocrity.
Yeah, I think the best time, well, if you have the money to do it, also have that in mind. It's like between 20 and 40 hours. 40 for the full side quest, 100% game, stuff like that. For an RPG, I think it's the average best.
Yep, I think the ballpark was 30 to 40 hours, if I remember right, is what the general RPG runtime is.
Yep.
In terms of to completion. That seems to be what people like the most. I am definitely concerned that because of our game, it's quite big and the story's quite big. It really boils down to how long does it take to complete a combat encounter? Because that's going to be a huge factor in the playtime. Because it's a
Yep.
turn-based tactics game, it's going to be difficult. So I actually need a lot
And
of testing.
1 second of combat, more or less, can can move the clock way more than you might think.
Yep, because if an average combat encounter is like 15 minutes for per average player to complete, then the playtime is going to escalate quite drastically.
Yep. There is also the animation, like if the animation is slow or fast, and there's so much parameter.
Yep, there's also the idea of I put player first on everything. Bit
Yep.
autistic in that regard. So animations, all dialogue are skippable. You don't have to endure things you just want to skip through if you just want to get to the next part. Player choice.
Yep, and about the player choice, I have a question. I'm not sure it's 100% sorry, relevant to the game, but I know you and Arch, by the way, both of you, are quite fond and respectful of the player and the community that enjoy stuff like that. So you have a soft spot for waifu in video game, anime, and even Arch spoke quite a lot about Subverse, the porn game. And you even told yourself that in your game, you were thinking very, very, very hard about being able to romance some character in a way. You didn't know at the time, I think, but you were talking about that. So today, don't you feel that being able to romance with character and having waifu in games tend to be viewed as bad from, the cancel culture thing and stuff like that?
Well, I think it's all about how it's done, right? Like, is it just like a to me, the romances in most games, like I played the Bioware games, I think the romances, in my opinion, retrospectively, I think they weren't good because it's the how the romance or intercharacter relationships work in most of these games is whether or not they A kiss or B have sex, and that seems to be the end of their relationship, and there's nothing more than that.
Like The
Like that's
Witcher, yes.
like I wanted if I'm going to do a romance, and if there is going to be a romance, it'll be difficult to do because I want to do it right, and I want it to be a relationship, not just they kissed, they held hands, or they had sex.
So
That is
more in a way
not.
like Final Fantasy.
See, I've never really played those games, so I don't actually have
Well,
context for that.
to be honest, I didn't play those games either, but I watch Let's Play and stuff like that, and I know that, for example, in the Final Fantasy VII game, the if you go with the flower girl or the fighter princess, I forgot the name too. This is important. This is an important choice for the story and the development of the character and the interaction you have with other character and stuff like that. So it was quite deep for just a romance, you know.
Yep. You want it to actually carry weight. And the thing there is because there's so much story here to handle, I'm wondering if like the Tolkien approach is better, where they didn't really handle too much romance in Tolkien, or specific Lord of the Rings, because the focus was on other things. Because it's the question is it a distraction, and does it actually subtract away, you know, to the world and everything else because it's just a romance thing. And so it's important to balance how much story, how much stuff there is because you don't want to bloat.
So do you have finish your thinking about that, or you still thinking about it?
Still thinking about it.
Yep,
There's
I
it's not going to
figured.
be in chapter 1, so it's a chapter 2 problem if it is a problem because then that's the point when I'm going like, okay, time to put some thought into this because now we're starting to get into the game. Because chapter 1 I don't want the focus to be on stuff like that. The chapter 1 focus is establishing the world, establishing the characters.
Yeah, Matthias, that's what I was saying. To me, even if I didn't play the game, I saw that Final Fantasy VII handled romance quite well. Very, very, very nice. Special. Fuck that word. Full time. Specifically for that a very old game. It's like 20 years old. PS1. So yeah, to me, Final Fantasy VII did better romance than most games that are made today. To me, because it was not, you know, kiss scene, sex scene, romance scene, hookup scene, and you know, it was, it was games who do romance today. I have heavy-handed in a way. I don't know if I did pronounce that correctly, but it's see we do romance, see we do romance. No, Final Fantasy VII to me it was more subtle.
Yep. I mean, it's all about how you do it.
Yeah.
I honestly think the subtle approach is better, but mostly just because it shouldn't be the front stay. But
Mm.
it depends. It depends on context. Depends on how it's executed.
But
Because
you
if you
want
go
that
heavy
or
handed,
not? Or it's just a very much requested thing?
it is one of those things that was requested. But it's one of those things where I'll look into it, but it's not a focus. If that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. I get
It's like fishing, except fishing is a little bit more requested.
it. Yeah. To be honest, I don't quite understand 100% the fishing private joke. So if you can explain it to me just a little.
So the fishing thing is, well, we played a game called Near Replicant on the Bickering Bunch channel, and two people very generously donated a total of $4,000 together
My God.
to force me to engage in the fishing mechanic. So I spent an entire 2 days fishing
Okay.
uh, for that money. So I was okay. And ever since then, people are like, they want a fishing minigame. I did investigate further into RPGs. Fishing is one of those things that just seems to be a mechanic that weasels its way into everything. Like, there are so many games that have fishing minigames, it's not even funny.
But to be
So it's
honest,
like,
$400 for fishing, not bad.
it wasn't 400, it was 4,000.
4,000, oh fuck.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. $4,000. That was an incredible amount of money just to fish in a video game.
Jesus. The amount of money some people have to spare, it's like, thank you, I guess.
That was very nice. There was a lot of art that was made with that money.
Oh god. I can do the South Park meme. If someone can send me $5,000 for fishing, I will be so happy.
Yeah, pretty much. Except the whole joke was that I hated the fishing mini game and that I didn't want to engage with it and was annoyed at it. And so the two people that did that thought it would be funny if I had to do 2 entire days of my life doing that.
But did you hate it?
I did.
So it's funny.
By the end, they were basically going like, "Oh God, do something else," and I was like, it's starting to grow on me.
Nice. You're quite a troll sometimes, man.
Listen, if they're gonna give me money, I'm gonna do it with a friggin' smile, even if I hate it.
Yeah, speaking of our channel, I have a question about that. So the name of your channel is the Bickering Bunch, and boy, sometimes that is such an accurate name, and it's fun, to be honest, to see all of you take the piece on each other. But some people would disagree about that and tell that it's toxic, or it can be a hard joke and painful. And so forth. So why is it so important to you to have such an atmosphere?
For me, it's because it shows everyone as friends and natural. No fakeness, no pretending to be somebody else, just genuine human interaction. And no pretending. The Bickering Bunch is how we are as friends. It's just us shooting the shit, making fun of each other, and playing games together. There's no fakeness, there's no nothing, and it's actually what my free time has come into. So I like it because I hated the fakeness, and that was, if you've ever heard me talk about YouTube and my collaborations with other YouTubers, there was so much fakeness about
Yep,
everyone and the people I collaborated with that I was like, this isn't fun. This is awful. This is horrific. Like all we're doing is
yep.
pretending to be nice to each other, and the minute the stream stops or the recording stops, they disappear or that mask falls off and you
Yeah,
see
and
who they really
there
are.
is also dark stuff behind the scene.
Yep, there's the all the drama and whatnot that happened between other people, and I just didn't like that, and I didn't want to be a part of that, so that's why I left YouTube to begin with.
And this is also the same ambiance of your workplace. You mean like Legend of Terrestria?
At Battle Damage Studios, yeah, it's pretty much that way. Like Show gives me crap all the time. She's funny, and so does Sala. But we all it's professional enough, but it's more like a friendly family, if you will.
Yeah.
We're all working towards a greater goal. And I do like the atmosphere we've crafted for ourselves because it has this open environment where people can say their mind and say their piece without fear of reprisal or anything like that.
It sounds like humor is very important to you as well.
You should be able to laugh with anyone. If you can't laugh with somebody, then you shouldn't be talking to that person normally.
Yep, I tend to agree with you, but I also understand that sometimes people you love don't have the same sense of humor, and sometimes it can create some tension. So it's a delicate balance sometimes. No, not with
Yep.
everyone, but sometimes, yes.
Well, that's why when you get to know somebody, you learn what they find funny and what they don't, and then
Yep.
like any relationship, there's always going to be some things like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. I didn't realize that was too far, and you apologize. You mature about it, and you respect each other, and you learn each other's boundaries, and
Mm.
then eventually you've got it worked out, and those interactions become much more smooth.
Yeah, and it remind me of Arch. He talks quite a lot about comedy, stand up and stuff like that. And it seems like humor nowadays almost tend to disappear. It's like, no, you can't joke about that. No, you can't tell this thing that way. No, you can't have this attitude with the words you say. It's like you have to craft everything in a fake way, like you said.
Yep, and these kinds of people are people who want to they want to control you, and if you're able to laugh at things, you're not easily controllable. You're not cowed into doing what they want. So laughter is what they fear, and
Mm.
that's why I don't interact with people who fear laughter because they're not really worth interacting with.
Um, I won't go into your private life, but I can talk about mine. So like I said, I have autism, and I have quite a dark past with suicide attempt and stuff like that. And humor, in a way, not saved me, but it helped me a lot. Like laughing at the inevitable, or laughing at your own pain. I don't know if you watch the YouTuber. It's a Gundam. He's very very good at that. Like, yep, life fucks me again. And just this laugh, even if you're still in pain or in dark place or stuff like that, it helps. It helps. Really do. Even if it's a little bit. And it's the things with humor and laughter, and like you say, if you can't laugh with people, it's not problematic, but it's an indicator of something. And it's almost like that they don't want to things to go better.
Yep, I mean it is like that, but yeah, when it comes to all that, I've not actually seen It's a Gundam. I know he exists, and that's about it.
Yeah, but it's a channel you watch to vent in a way, but vent with laugh. Like, I
Yep.
think his last video is talking about the Elon Musk thing, and it's he read and see the tweet about Elon Musk, and the 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 um, the ridicule of the reaction of people, like, yeah, we can't have free speech because free speech means free speech. Okay.
Yep. Brilliant thinking. Yep, laughter is an important thing. It's why I actually dislike when people get mad at people for laughing about stuff. Sure, some things can be inappropriate, but honestly, laughter is how people cope with pain or
Yep.
grieving or loss. Humor is a coping mechanism, and to tell people to shut up and don't laugh about it because it's inappropriate is actually, ironically, very inconsiderate, even though the laughter itself might be inconsiderate in its own way. Isn't that funny? A
Yeah,
little bit
yeah.
of
I don't
irony
know
there.
if you saw it was like a year ago too. A video that circulated about a funeral of some Irish guy. So they bring down the casket, and the like the guy is dead and everyone is almost ready to go, and they start a recording of the guy just a few days before when he was still alive, and he was like, "Hey, I'm not dead, let me out, let me out." And everyone was laughing, and so it's sad, I know, but it you could see the moment the voice of the guy spoke out and start the joke. It was like, yeah, it's he couldn't do what he couldn't avoid one last stupid thing, and it was tender in a way. it, I don't know, it's quite hard to explain, but I think it was nice. It was nice of him to do one last trick to his friend in a way, if it makes sense.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's nice. I would like that. I would like that if one of my friend do this do this stuff, and I can see one especially doing that.
Yeah, we all have those friends.
Yeah. So what I have got. Yep, another things. Well, we'll talk about humor that is seems to be very important to you. And regarding your universe, so you spoke about the process of you making it with the only mixer part at the beginning, ripping off Matrix and all the Star Wars and all the stuff like that. It was a
Mm.
plagiarism the IP almost, and with time you did finally your own things, but how much of your universe uh, is a catharsis of your own experience, not taking from other licenses, because if you write you have to put yourself in the writing. So
Yep.
how do you do with that? Are you the kind of person who do a metaphor of yourself in a story, or is just imagination? Well, how much of yourself is in it?
It's it's difficult to say, right? Like when I see myself, I don't put myself in there. I never actually really consider me. I mostly think about the characters, like for example, Rhea, how she feels, how she thinks, what she likes, what are her interests. And her interests don't always align with what I like or any of the other characters for that matter. In fact, I don't think I get along with many of them to be honest, but I
I know
always
the feeling, man. I know the feeling.
it's like these main characters are cool, but I don't think they think I'm cool to be honest.
Yeah,
But
sometimes it's the reverse.
Yep. And so I generally just try to think about the characters and the world. It doesn't really have anything to do with about me at all, actually. And I personally don't really care about putting me into the story. I just think that'd be boring. It's about the characters and the stories, their stories, because this is their story,
Mhm.
not mine.
Yeah, but
If that
if
makes
you,
sense.
yeah, 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 absolutely. But if you make a character, uh, you take inspiration of maybe someone you knew, or maybe this character do something that you experience yourself or stuff like that.
Mm. I mean, when I think of the characters and I look at them as how they interact and who they were, it's it's a bit difficult because I don't really write. Like I could it'd be difficult if I were to look at Ria, Aya, and Ezra. I know them well, but I couldn't say that a person in real life, myself included, ever inspired them because of how I write. I generally try to build characters that make sense in the context of the story and the adventures that they're going to be experienced, and they're shaped by those events. They're not shaped by somebody else's events. They
Hmm.
start off all as in my head, they start off as Play-Doh, and the more stuff they experience and things that happen to them, they begin to take shape and form.
And how the first spark occur to create those character.
I'm sorry, come again?
How do the first spark of inspiration and ideas of the character happens? Because you must have a first draft of the character when you write
Yep.
them. So this is a blonde. This is my.
So how it sort of works in that regard is I'm like, okay, like here's a character because originally in the story it was just Rhea and she had no sisters originally. And then I was like, you know, it's a bit lonely. Maybe she should have some siblings to grow up with because
Okay.
there's not a lot of characters that are tethered to her, and it feels kind of a little boring just being her. So I gave her a sister, and
Okay,
then
I
I gave her
see.
another
You
sister.
do that in like pottery in a way. You create like an artisan.
Yep, you add on to it, and then you take away what
Okay.
if it's too much. Like oh, that's a bit much, and then you pull back.
Yeah. First difference between us. I don't write that way, to be honest. But maybe we don't we don't have the same goal about storytelling. Maybe I guess.
I mean,
'Cause-
characters are
yeah.
easy for me personally
Yeah.
because it's
For
really like, oh,
for
I need
for
more
me.
characters. Easy, snap.
Yeah, for me it's more the scenes, the not the action, but you know, the big reveal, the big events and stuff like that. Like the reader can say, "Oh, so this was the bastard that did this to this and this," and that's where where I shine, I think.
Yep. I mean, when it comes to antagonists like that, I wouldn't reveal them to the audience. I'd just sort of hold on to it for later. You know, you wouldn't show that to the audience, or there'll be breadcrumbs here and there of the interactions. Because how I have my story working is every character is doing something, even when they're not on screen. Like a lot of the characters
Yep,
that will be working as players
that's
are
very important.
active in the world, and they're doing their own things, and their stories are progressing as well. Their ambitions, their drives, their hopes, and their dreams are just as important as my characters, or well, they're all my characters, but you know what I mean, as the quote unquote good guys, if you will, of the story, even if they're not necessarily good.
Yeah, that's something very important that I think many writers forget, that the character exists outside of the pages,
Yep.
outside of the story, outside of the event you are telling. It's like they write there's a name for it. I forgot. Not token character, but oh fuck! It's like a plot character, just to advance the plot or do something, and they don't exist beside that.
Yeah.
Finn, for example, in Star Wars.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's just the laughing, the laughing stock character. Exists for you to
Yeah,
clap and laugh at.
function character. That's that.
Yep. Generally, I don't write. I hate the idea of
Yeah,
writing characters that way because they feel more like planks or like a tool, and that's just not natural. And the characters' interactions with the other characters become stiff and stilted. That's why when I wrote characters like Captain Tiano, who is again a character that sort of is like what you call like a paragon character who's reached the end of his arc more or less, but he's got his own feelings, his own history, and his own stuff, and his own wants and desires. And when he interacts with the characters, it feels more natural because they have a long standing relationship because they grew up with him as sort of like a mentor.
yep.
Versus him being like, I'm the guy who escorts you around. That's a bit boring.
It reminds me of so many characters I saw in other people's book and was like, I know, I won't see you. I won't see you again in like 20 pages. You were just there to open the door.
Yep, you're the MacGuffin character, and
Yeah,
that's boring. Nobody likes a MacGuffin character.
yeah. I heard you talk with Arch about that. It was not the MacGuffin character, but
The triangles, yep.
the triangles. Yes, they were very low.
Just it's not interesting. Like when I do artifacts or devices, the artifact and device has a history, a lore behind it. Every ancient artifact, sword, crown, has as much story as any character has behind
Yep,
it.
yep. I do that too. Fun fact: one of these artifacts, yes, maybe the artifact, is the main point of my book series. The entire stuff, the entire universe.
Hmm.
It's like sorry. It's called in English the Aegis Stone or Stone of Aegis. I'm not sure, and it's like Dragon Ball in Dragon Ball, but not many people or almost nobody knows what this stuff do. It's quite interesting to explore the vision about that from every point of view from different character. So for you, this does that, yes, and but the others said, okay, I don't get it. It's quite
Yep.
funny to play with that. And one of the weapon of the one of the main characters' weapon uh have an entire story about that, because it was forged from dead people.
I mean, that's one way to describe it. But yeah, I mean, the weapon like that will have a story behind it
Yep.
because any artifact, even if you look in history, like Justinian's crown or etc., etc., like they all have history of what this artifact was. And sure, it might not have any magical properties, or maybe it's not very powerful, but it was important at some point. It is a part of history
Yep.
in this world.
It's also a way for you because you've spent so much time about the mythos, the gods and stuff like that, and you talk about civilization that rose and fall and stuff like that. So you could put like statues or paintings, and there is logic for that painting or that statue to be there and uh, representing this or that character. So you have to make a universe credible, simply put.
Yep. Very true. I mean, it needs to feel like it's lived in. And in our own world, when you go inside your house and you show people your house, as a guest, everything in your house, there's some things in your house that have stories behind them. They're
Yep,
not just like, why do you have, that book there? And it's like, oh, this book was a huge part of my growing up, inspired me. And there's so much about these things. They shouldn't just be like you enter a house and there's just some random crap everywhere.
yep,
Like not very many people just have garbage everywhere. Yeah, sure, it may be messy, but even a messy room tells a story about a person.
yep. It was one of I think Einstein quote that if a messy desk tells something about you, what about an empty desk or something like that? I think it was Einstein.
That sounds about right, but that's also true. Like if you have a super clean desk and, or empty desk, is it empty because, you've gotten all your work done and you're efficient, or is it empty because you're just so lazy or disinterested you don't
Yeah.
work at all?
Yep. Or maybe you just, like a manic cleaning person, something like that. You can speculate, but everything has meaning, and in an universe you forge from the ground up, it's the same.
Yep, very true.
It's like the quote like the devil is in the details. It's so true when you create a universe. And
Oh,
I feel that you got that right, pretty much.
yep. The world itself, like storytelling comes in many different facets. A character's design, what they're wearing, how they look, how they present themselves, the expression of when they're happy, or even just the room. And then there's environmental storytelling. What does the environment tell us about this place? Things like
Mm.
that.
Yeah, especially in a video game. It's even more important and immersive in a video game than in a book, because in a book you just in a way write words. You have to write them right, of course, but in a game you have to show things. You have to script a dialogue, script the words that the player will read when he click on like a painting or statue, like oh, it showed the god blah blah blah, etc. You have to think about every single little thing. It's
Yep.
quite time consuming. And Geddy confirmed it was from Einstein, and the quote was, "If a cluttered desk is a sign of a cluttered mind, of what then is an empty desk a sign?"
Hmm. Big thinkies there.
Yeah, big brain. I have a side question about what we are saying, because we talk about, in a way, autistic thing, and you joke a lot about the autism, and don't worry, I'm not taking that wrong anyway. To me, it's more funny than anything, to be honest. But yes, are you autistic, or do you have a diagnostic or something, or
Uh, a few issues, and that sort of ties back to when I used to have seizures, which gave me a little bit of what we call brain damage. So I have
Oh,
some quirks and ticks, but I'm all right upstairs, more or less. I do get a little bit fixated, though. I do have a problem where I just get super caught up on things, and this happens in writing, where I'll get hyper fixated on like some aspect. It doesn't happen all the time, but it sometimes does. And I often need like a friend to be like, "Hey, you're overthinking this.
yeah,
Like
okay.
you need to tone it down." It's like, okay, yep,
You need a sidekick sometimes.
yep. Because sometimes I'll overthink. Like, I'm trying to remember. I had one of those instances not that long ago, maybe a couple months ago, and I got super fixated on like some mechanical thing. I think it was about the turns and how the turns were being processed, and it normally happens when it comes to mechanics. And I get this like level of a little bit of uncertainty where I'm like, maybe I should redesign this. And then normally it takes Bubbles to come along like, no, it's fine, leave it. And it's like, okay.
But you don't have, like problem communicating or, uh,
Communication, no, not really. I'm fortunate that I don't have communication problems, but I do get sometimes a little fixated on certain problems, especially when it
okay.
comes to mechanics.
It's like manic, I think the term, maybe. Maniac, no?
Maniac.
No. Maniac is like a serial killer, but in French there is also the word maniac, but it's not about serial killer. It's more about, like you said, a fixation, but more often than not, it's about being blocked on one subject.
Okay, I mean, kind of like that, I suppose. I suppose. We do have some of our co-writers are actually like have autism a little bit bad,
Mm.
and we work with that. Happens
So
sometimes.
you know how to handle me, so by the way.
Oh, don't worry. Your autism pales in comparison to Fairman's. You
Yes.
haven't seen autism.
Oh, you don't how do I say that? I have such bad anxiety that some days I have to medicate myself like constantly with a special droplet that calms me down, but also in a way I can get high on that. And I have a new treatment that from migraines, but also to calm down the anxiety. It's so strong that this morning I fall down off my bed.
Yeah, gotta be careful on that.
Yeah, no, I will call my neurologist Monday about that because I think it's way too strong for me. But yeah, I'm not. I can manage myself, but with communication and anxiety, it's a mess. It's a mess, and in the past, it was so bad that I would I could go not on a rage, but the fear of disappointing people and not being loved or appreciated was so bad that I can unconsciously provoked it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. And that's not easy.
Nope. And fortunately, I have good medication. I was diagnosed because I didn't at that time, and that's also, I think, why this exchange we have is so much pleasant to me because I think we are on the same not mindset, but we understand what it means to create something and to want to offer it to the world. It's not
Yep,
the
and
same.
also,
Yeah.
oh yeah, the weight of, because like you said, like the fear of, not knowing how people receive it. You want it to be liked, don't you? Like we all do. And you're always worried about whether or not people will see that thing and go like, I hate it. you know.
Yeah,
And then you're like, you don't want that. You want people to see it, and it sucks when you work on something, and people go like, meh, like that's
yeah.
like, oh, that
That's
sucks.
that's maybe the worst.
It's like they don't care at all. They have
Yeah,
no like it evoked zero emotion,
you don't
and that's the
exist.
fear. Yep. You
Yeah.
want people to like what you work on.
To In my first book, I wrote a thanking note uh, well, just a note at the end of the book, thanking people and telling a little bit about why I started this and everything and such like that. And what I said was, I just want people to have good times with what I wrote, but also to get the reader to the specific space when reality and imagination meet. Because there is a special, and I'm sure you agree with me, there is a special place where these two worlds connect. And this is where you find true geniuses and true uh, believable uh, art piece.
Yep. It's it's a difficult area to describe though,
Yes.
because it's like you got to find a reference like of what you mean, and not everybody perceives things the same way either because everyone's
Yeah.
a little different.
But I think one of your most loved franchises, Halo, right?
I actually don't really have a most loved. Like it's on my top list because my
Yeah.
top list includes Stargate, Star Trek, Halo, like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Warhammer Fantasy. Like I like all these things,
Hmm.
and I don't really have a favorite. They're like different flavors for different moods,
Yeah, yeah,
if
I
that makes
get
sense.
that. I get that.
But I do have my like they're my favorite list
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
like everything else is like meh to them, you know.
Yeah, I have quite the same, but there is some uh, IP that stand out more than others,
Oh
like
yeah, definitely.
Berserk for me,
Yep.
Dragon Ball, the comic Sin City, Hellblazer, like John Constantine. That's some very very special things to me where sometimes I could just cry while watching it, like Jurassic Park too, uh, or be just amazed at the talent and the emotion and I was as sometimes I spend more times figuring out how the creator did such an amazing thing than enjoying the thing. It was
Yeah, that's true because it you just have to wonder, what went behind the creative process when those things were made.
yeah. Special for me, this is especially true for Berserk because uh, I know a lot of people love Berserk, but to me, it's like the best story ever told. To me, really, it's like reinventing the wheel, but succeeding at it.
Yep.
It's everything is perfect in this fucking piece of shit. Because that's the thing. I love as much Berserk as I hate it because it's so perfect and I know I can do better. That's the one thing I know I can never top.
That's okay. The one thing you can top is you'll be able to finish your work if you're
Yeah,
quick.
yeah, like Berserk. Yeah, I was so sad about that, and today I lost another artist I love, but it's a Belgian singer that I'm sure you never heard of, and even French people or other French speaking nation didn't heard of, but it was quite love in my little country, and he wrote like. In a way like poetry song, but in a very Belgian way, if you can say that. And
Yeah.
it's always sad because, like we said earlier, there is so much piece of shit that is pushed today, and we keep losing good people, good artists, good piece of art that deserve to be shown more. And no, it's like, yeah, keep looking at the Kardashian. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, thank you.
Well, on the bright side, there's always what's the word? More fish in the sea. There's so many artists that you get a lot, but it does suck because Belgium is a small country, and
Yeah,
so
yep,
when you lose an artist, it's well, it hits you hard because there aren't a lot of alternatives.
yep. Yeah, especially since I don't know if you were aware of that, but Belgium is quite known to have some very special artists in a way that they it's almost like surreal. It's I don't think people can understand that if they didn't visit or lived in Belgium, but it's very us in a way. I can say more than that. I think every country have or little nation or little town or stuff like that. Like for example, if you lived yourself in a small town, there is the typical small town thing of your own, and Belgium is quite like that. But it's a country because it's fucking small.
Yep, it's in the lowlands.
Uh, I will move on to another question. And it was an influence about Arch and your past about the YouTube side of things, and on many occasions you almost scolded Arch about being so naive and innocent about YouTuber and people that stab him in the back. For example, the podcast he did with other Warhammer YouTuber,
Yep.
and you view all of these people as very, very, very bad and dangerous in a way. Uh, why do you despise them so much? Only because you spend some time with them, or maybe because you fall into traps?
I wouldn't say I necessarily despise them, but I don't like people like that. And I don't like people that use people. And it's very easy because I've been around. I've been a fly on the wall for a very long time on YouTube, and I've interacted with a lot of big YouTubers. But I don't want to name names necessarily to get any bad blood.
No
But
problem.
in regards to that, like it's one of those things you pick up after you've interacted with a lot of YouTubers, and you can kind of tell when it's very much a business thing. And whenever people want to interact just for pure business, I I immediately shoot that as a red flag. So a lot of these people Arch would talk about because we're very close friends, and he would talk about them because he was excited about interacting with them, as he would be. It was his dream
Yeah,
to
especially since
meet all these
he
people.
got like Markiplier, it was quite a catch.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff it means the world to him, And I knew I'm I it bothered me because I care about my friends and I don't want to see them hurt and I don't want to see them used. And it drives me up the wall because I have warned Arch repeatedly, not just with this, but with other people and characters in the past,
Yeah,
not to trust these people because there are people that just want to use you. And Arch is like, "Oh, you're just being paranoid. Oh, you're just overreacting." And it's like, "Yeah, maybe true, but the thing is, it's better to be cautious than to immediately jump in open arms and try to embrace somebody when that person loathes and despises you and wishes to only see harm come to you, because they will use you as a stepping stone and then they will throw you aside the first chance they get."
yeah, I think because Matthias said they pretty much all betrayed Arch, and I think there is two. I may be incorrect, but I think two didn't. I think Valrak didn't, and the Outer Circle.
Well, Valrak,
No?
there's some stuff behind the scenes
Okay.
there.
I'm
Definitely
I'm
put that
not
on the no list.
I'm not sure. I'm not a specialist about that, but I saw one of them. I don't remember the name. Maybe it's even someone I didn't mention, but that was saying good things about him even recently. So I
There
think
are.
there is like one or two or maybe three tops that didn't stab him, but
There's
yeah,
quite a few actually. Like I do know that Yanovich is pretty nice to Arch and has always been kind to him.
I don't even know that person.
He's a Warhammer 40k fan. He sort of makes fan animations. Pretty good. There's Asmagon, Ludus. There's smaller content creators, the Border Prince. You know, there's been a lot of good people in the community, but what happened to Arch is sickening. And I honestly, it's kind of why I'm so hard on Warhammer, is because that whole community just soured my view on it, and I don't blame Arch because you got to understand, like Arch loved Warhammer. Well, still
Yeah, I know.
does.
I know.
He loves Warhammer. It's
Yeah.
it's more than anything, and he cares. He's a big softy, a weak ass softy boy. Okay, like he's like, I want to help boost everyone because I remember when we talked about this. He's like, I want to help boost people up and build a unified Warhammer community where we can help little content creators get into it, and
Yeah,
everyone will be
and I
happy
thought
and stuff like that.
it was just the thing the community needed.
Yep, and he was willing to do anything it took to help anyone, regardless of who they were, regardless of their politics. He didn't care.
Yep.
And they spat on him. Every last one of them. They
The on
laughed when it happened.
I don't usually hate people I don't know, but there is one, and I'm not really afraid of naming the person, uh, whom I hate. Quite, well, hate is quite a hard word, but yeah, despise. I think he's a bad person. I think. It's Lawmaster of Sotek. For me, he's the worst. The
I knew
worst.
him.
Yeah, yeah. I think you talk about him. You that you knew him
He
previously.
he was extremely toxic,
Mm.
and I distanced myself as quickly as possible.
And to add and even dig my own grave, uh, I spotted him in a bad way. Even before he did his video about Harsh, why do you hate black people? No, you're stupid. Uh,
Ignoring the fact
so
that we
sorry
hang out
about
with
that,
black
Kibs,
people.
but he contribute a lot about the cliche of the stupid American.
I'm sorry. My country is big, okay, and I can't
Yeah.
I can't save them all.
You know that sometimes I consider trying to move to the USA, but I know my wife wouldn't. But uh,
Hey man, takes time. You got to
yeah,
coerce them into maybe a visit to a nice, pretty
I don't
state.
I don't even have the money for the plane ticket.
Not yet, but listen, times will change. The road will be brighter. Your books will continue to grow,
Yeah, I hope
and there will
so.
come a point in which you'll have the
But
resources to pursue that dream.
that's the thing. The US, I think, is way. I speak in a quite inexperienced way, but the way I see it is the US is way more welcoming for people who try to do business. And that's just what I want to do. So I think Texas today is quite a nice place for that.
Yes, it definitely boils down to the state, but like states with no income tax. But yeah, this country is really kind. Depends on which state again. I will emphasize that, but to business owners, like you can build your dreams here if you
Yeah.
have the money and the talent to do it.
But that's that to me, the American dream. Yeah, you can laugh about that or you want, etc. But I think it's still alive.
I believe so.
Maybe a little dying, maybe, but still there. It's still the possibility. And to me, uh, many people say, yeah, USA bad, USA bad, USA bad. I don't think so. There is
No,
bad
people here
like
are
in
good,
every country, but there is
of
also a lot of
course.
nice things. Well, I'm not in the USA hate wagon.
That's nice. It's always a relief when people don't just blindly hate everybody in your country because it did X or Y.
The only thing I quite despise in the US is the homeless treatment, especially about the veteran. But
Yes, that needs to be improved. My dad's a veteran,
yeah,
and the VA and how they treat veterans is absolutely terrible.
yep.
Like there needs to be serious reform there.
Especially since my best friend, whom I know since more than 20 years now, he entered the Belgian army a few years back, and he opened my mind about the reality of the army. It's not just bad guys who want to kill, and no, no, not at all.
Yep.
But yes, for the YouTuber things, what was your experience that you try to talk about Arch about that? Because you said you quit it, you've quit YouTube for quite a while, and it was him who brought you back. So what happened? Why did you leave? Why did you come back?
Well, I
Uh,
left because of things like the SoTech thing. I was tired of the petty drama, the petulant hatred, the childlike jealousies, the lies upon lies, and the need to spin narratives about people behind people's backs. I didn't
mm,
really want to be a part of that anymore because it put me in a bad mood, and it made writing difficult too. And it felt like I wasn't really gaining happiness from doing
mm.
YouTube anymore. And Arch was the one friend I got from YouTube. Well, I got many others thanks to Arch, like Bubbles and all those people I met thanks to him. So I owe him a lot. And but yeah, like he convinced me to get back in because he's like, you want to work on your game, but you should get back into YouTube because you're not that bad at it. People like you. And I'm like, all right, you're not wrong. I'll give it another go. YouTube has been a plan that I've had of doing since 2010. It was part of Project Recognition, which is tethered to the game, and its entire branch was to make connections with people like Arch, so that when the day comes when our game launches, I can rely on content creators because back in 2010, like it was very clear back then even that yeah, the way of things is the gaming publishers are the publicists or in books and magazines, so that's going like that was going back then. And the way of the future is actually getting content creators to cover.
Yep, that's maybe the best way today to promote things. YouTube.
Yep, because you can make contacts, make friends, and it's important to make friends. Like the VTubers I've interacted with, like Rosa, and I've briefly met Koa and Beery.
She
Nice
honestly,
ladies.
she was lovely, Rosa. She instant, not just the voice, because she has the kawaii Japanese voice in a way, but the character, the way she spoke, her ideas, and she was lovely. She was lovely.
See, I like them because they're. I was worried at first that they were gonna be fake, sort of like what I mentioned before.
Mm.
But once you've been on YouTube, guys, you'll know. Like you'll be like, nope, they're a good
Yeah,
person.
even me at my level, I can spot sometimes. No, not this one.
Yep, and you learn to avoid those ones because there's no point taking that risk because there's so many fish in the pond, right?
Yeah,
You you will find friends on YouTube. You will find content creators who are good people.
and
I was a bit hasty when I left YouTube because I had so much bad luck.
and I have to add that sometimes you're gonna fall in some traps, unfortunately, but this is the learning process.
Yep, you gotta. Unfortunately, you're gonna interact with people on YouTube or in life that are scummy, that are lying sleazebags, and you have to learn to recognize them when you see them. And the only way to learn is to experience it.
Do you know the promotion of self-published writer works?
The self-published writer? No, I have no idea how that works.
Okay, so one of the more traditional way to promote yourself when you are self-published. So no publishing house, no nothing. You do all on your own. So you have to make yourself known. So one of the way, and the more traditional way, is to send some copies of your books to some critics. And most of them, for the writing side of things, are on like Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. TikTok, it's quite new. I didn't interact with people on that platform, but Instagram, yes, a lot. And for my whole career, I think I sent over like 100 book or something like that, which is nice to my level. And recently, for the past like 6 months, I sent over like 20-ish book, which is quite a lot for
Yeah.
a short period of time. And almost all of the people I sent book to didn't even confirm the receiving of the book.
Yep, that's the nature of it.
And all
Sadly.
of these people have been recommended to me by other people I know that I trusted. But yep, in the
And
poop
that's
hole.
yep. The hardest thing is you gotta build yourself up, you know, and it's hard to build yourself up from nothing. I know too, because
Yep.
we both share that same
But
struggle.
you know that's so sneaky. Yeah, you like you talk. Okay, you can send me. I can do the review for this date, this date, this date. You send the book. You know they received it because Amazon told you so, and disappear.
Yep, getting ghosted sucks. Honestly, I'm wondering. See, it'd be sketchy to offer monetary incentive, but it feels like you almost have to pay people to do
Yep.
things.
Yes. Yes. Because if you pay people, yeah, well, you can get scam, of course, but there is an incentive for the people you pay to do their work. So in a way, you pay for security and respect.
Yep. And that's kind of the
It's
way of
sad,
things.
but it's true.
You do get lucky sometimes, because my programmers work on their spare time, which is a blessing. If they didn't do that, the development of our game would be a snail's pace, to be certain. But I do
Yep.
want to start getting them actual allocated resources soon. I just need to keep growing the channel, keep getting more donos, get more money, and don't stop.
Yep. But I hope one day that I can translate my book in English and maybe give you a copy and well, maybe made myself know for your audience, and maybe I in return can scratch your back and send you some people and stuff like that. That's the I have the naive arch approach to YouTube and relationship.
Yep. Always be careful on
Yep.
who you trust, you know. And in that regard, yeah, no, I'd be willing to read your book. The issue is, yeah, I don't know how to read Belgian.
Belgian, not even French.
Listen, we'll call it Belgian. It's the Belgians' take. It's a
Yeah,
different
but
dialect, I'm sure.
because it really resonates with me what you said about being naive and arch and stuff like that, and what he wanted to create with the podcast and no spotlight thing he called it. I think I don't remember the name. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, in regards to like creating stuff, yeah, no, spotlighting you on the Archcast is totally doable. But
Mm.
the one thing is, you're gonna want to get one of them books translated to
Yeah,
English.
no. I wasn't speaking about that. I was speaking that
I know you're not, but I'm speaking about
Ah,
it because
okay. Well,
I'm
of
throwing you a
course.
bone here.
Thank you. I like bones. You know I'm a whore. I swallow and everything, and I smile and I look you in the eye, and don't talk to me that way. You can't imagine what I can do.
Yep. Oh, the tricky thing, translators. I don't even want to think about that for my game,
Yeah,
but
about
yeah, you gotta
that,
find one.
the translation I search about, because you recommend me one thing or two, and I met a professional translator, but it was in Europe, so it was the price for European and stuff like that, and it's like between 5 and 10Ks to translate my book.
Yeah, that's a steep cost.
Yep. I have to do
That's
a crowdfunding for just that. But to get back for the naive thing, to be honest, that's the approach I have with the interview I do, like with you, with Arch, and the many other people I did. And I was so happy a few days back when because just for the context, there is a big spider in my book, and it's quite a very important character. And I was a little bit arachnophobic at first, but if I want a big spider, I have to know, the biology, the species, the potency of the venom, and stuff like that. So I started to do research, and I founded the Tarantula YouTube game, and I found a Croatian guy who is quite do it yourself. He do his own enclosure, he do his own uh, furniture and everything. He is awesome, this dude, and he was the guy I follow for like 2 or 3 years before I started publishing my finished first book with the big spider. And a few days ago, he said, okay, for an interview, so I will fanboy a little with him too. But that's the goal, I just want to talk with people who do cool stuff. Of course, if I can, in a way, benefit from the interview and the podcast with the when I do like with more people and we debate about a topic, but the goal is to just have a good time and talk about nice things that nice people do. And I think it's a lost art, according to what you say.
yeah. There isn't too many people that do that now because it has been so corporatized, and a lot of people that get into it are just looking for easy money, or doing it for political reasons or some other nasty nonsense.
Yeah, and I was thinking about, the many YouTubers do collaboration, like a big YouTuber invite another big YouTuber for a feed video, and then, it's double the revenue and stuff like that. And it's been just business. It's been corporate tube, not YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in the big side of YouTube, I can understand because it is a job for them. They got
Yeah,
to
of
make money,
course.
gotta make ends meet. But I do prefer, and am glad that I've made friends with Arch. I've made friends with V and whatnot. And when I do interactions with them, I like to keep it on a friendly sort of like as you would as if you were just talking or bantering. I mean, like I said with the bickering bunch, the whole feeling of the bickering bunch is we're just friends hanging out. Like that's it. Like it's just friendly banter. We interact with chat, and that's kind of just it. It's a pseudo podcast with gameplay in the background.
Yep. And yeah, the what you say about the big rain bunch, I was quite willing to do that in the past with all the friends I got, but I'm not no longer in contact with them, and it's funny to see that many people want to do things, but when you have to do that thing, people disappear. And I think
Yep,
that's what you had at first with the bickering bunch,
that is
and
exactly what
it's quite sad. It's like, but this is not what you wanted. Why are you going away? I,
happened.
it's bizarre. It's but in a way, if you want to look at that in a positive way, like you said. It's a test. It's like how much do you want it, like really? And there was a French realizer, Luc Besson, if you know it. He did the Fifth Element, for example. He said that many young people today that want to do things but don't do it in the end, they just don't willing enough.
That's very true. And it's honestly a test of character, is how I like to think of it. I still value the friends that I had and that are still friends with me that didn't end up wanting to be a part of the bickering bunch. Ironically, it was a friend of mine who actually came up with the name. And no matter how much I invited him, he just had like meh, no real interest. It was one of those things where it was a fleeting fantasy, and they were honest about that. You know, I appreciate that honesty.
Yeah.
And the one thing is that I learned is like, okay, you know, maybe those friends we can do, you know, those other things that we like to do, but I'm gonna have to make new friends who want to be a part of the bickering bunch. And then I found people like Arch. I found through Arch, I found Bubbles, and then I
So
was able to finally
you
make it happen.
started alone at first.
Oh, yep, it was pretty much well, a little bit. My lead programmer Tibbs, also known as Tyler,
Yeah, yeah,
contributed
yeah.
to the original channel a little bit in the start,
Yeah,
and then
because
started to fall off later.
Tyler is the guy you did the mixer things in the playground.
Yep, he's my best bud, and we've been friends forever. He's my
Okay.
lead programmer, and he helped with the channel in the early days, but he had college. He had so many other things that he couldn't really participate that much. It wasn't until Bubbles and Arch came along that I was able to get the bickering bunch truly rolling as the bickering bunch.
Mm. So in total, how many years before the creation and the things that start rolling?
For the channel,
Yeah.
the channel was planned in 2010. It
Ooh.
started a little bit in 2013. 2010 and 2011 we made test videos just experimenting. And then 2014 or around that ballpark is when I really started and I became a Steam curator, which was pointless. I realize that now. And I was going to be reviewing channels and a series I did called 30 Minutes or Less. And then I started doing podcasts covering Total War, and that's when I met Arch. And then I stopped doing YouTube, deleted that channel, and then restarted as the Bickering Bunch. Because
Okay.
back then it was just Captain Kibs, my alias.
Yeah, it's quite funny. And it almost at least crack a smile when one of your videos starts with the animation in the like the ship, or I don't know, with the cat girl who smashed the button start, and
Yep.
it's cute and funny.
That is the atmosphere. Eventually, I want that to be reworked with the actual guests. It's funny. I started that commission back when Bubbles was the first member of the Bickering Bunch, and the goal in the late run was to have that edited so that it would all be the members of the Bickering Bunch. So that has been put on the
Yeah,
backlist
but
because that animator is our lead animator and programmer, and he's very busy.
and how many official member of Bickering Bunch now?
The Bickering Bunch consists of mostly guests because all the revenue goes directly into the game. But we have Bubbles, Fairman, Arch, Disco, Hands, Kase, Fuzzy. Oh no, I'm gonna be missing somebody, and I probably already did.
Yeah,
Boog.
yeah, that's the old the little GIF thing at
Yep, all the
the yeah,
characters,
yeah, yeah,
that we
at the
concepted
bottom
out
of
with
the
our boy
screen.
Indio.
Yes.
So about 7 or 8 of us in total, and then we're gonna have more guests like V, and maybe some of the VTubers pop by as guest appearances on
It
the
almost
Bickering Bunch.
cracked me up when Arch is there with the big big titties girls.
It was cruel to him, and I made this character called Inky Chan when we first met. Inky Chan was a sort of parody character for a comic I was working on about Warhammer Fantasy before they killed it, and then I was like, never mind. So I turned that character into the character we call Archoli, which is just Arch with big tits, because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it is. Especially when you, because there is the version of, or maybe both. with the megalore thing. It's funny too. Megalore.
Yep. Megalore, that was a good artist by the name of Caboth or Caboth. I can't remember his name. That was great. Megalore. And ever since then, we adopted that into the design.
Yeah, and I have to admit one thing on my let's play that I do on my channel, Grim Dawn. It's a Diablo-like game.
A great
Uh,
game. Yeah.
yeah, I quite like that. And with my best friend, so we did the let's play, and I did the, you know, the little meme character with the hands, like yeah, excited, and
Mhm.
I shamelessly took the inspiration from that from you.
Hey, man, whatever works.
But it was so fitting because it's just a bunch of friends excited to play a game. It's that. It's
And that
just
was, you didn't steal that from me. That was a fan art of an existing meme that already exists.
yeah.
So, yeah, no, that's great. I like how their eyes spurg out, and I think it's funny.
I have a last question for you and your projects. I can't I can't help but mention. Let me start again. I can't help but see that it's quite old school pixel route for your game. Was
Mhm.
it because of the budget, or because it's homage to the good old days of video games?
So that is an actually interesting question because there was a while when I was like, it should be 3D or it was going to be 2.5D. In fact, interestingly enough, you asked that question. There was actually a debate internally about a year ago on what the art team on whether we should stick with 2D, like two dimensions in terms of the presentation, even though mechanically our game actually runs in 3D, but you won't notice. And whether or not we should do 3D with 3D models and then the texture of sprites and then sprites moving around that map. And the end of that discussion really turned into, well, now we have to hire 3D modelers to make more stuff. And what does it really add in the end of the day? It didn't feel like it really brought a lot of change to the gameplay or even the visual presentation. So we just ended up going like, that just sounds like we're bloating the project for really no actual change to the gameplay. So let's just stick with traditional sprite art and try to just push that envelope faster. Now, in regards to the art direction being sprite work, that was because of inspiration I had when I first discovered anime. Because for the longest time, I knew anime existed, but I never really watched it, never was really into it, and sort of ignored it. Until I started to give it a go with like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and I was like, wait a minute, this could be an interesting avenue of
This is
stylization.
this was your first anime?
No, my first one I watched was Future Diary because somebody had it. I don't remember, and it was okay, but I didn't really care for it. It was Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood that sold
Okay.
me on the art style.
So you discovered manga and anime quite late.
Yeah, very, very, very much so. I was late to
Huh.
the party, and that was when I was like, actually, you know what? I don't want to do it in a sort of Western style anymore. I kind of want to do it in an Eastern art style because it seemed like the universe would be, I don't know, cooler or better because of it. It just grew on me very quickly.
To me, your what you are doing right now is just the best possible solution, in my humble opinion.
Well, I appreciate it. I like to hope so that everyone thinks that as well.
But well, sorry, I almost started to talk French. To me, it's in a budget way, it's less expensive, surely, but there is a charm to this kind of design. This is almost impossible to put into words, but when you play the old game, like you know the Super Nintendo game, the first
Mhm.
PlayStation game, with 2Ds, it's almost it it succeed the test of time. Like nobody watch a game of Street Fighter 2 and say, "Oh, this is ugly." No, it's still good.
Yeah,
So,
it aged so well, and that's because
yep,
the art style of sprite work or pixel art, low res art, I think is absolutely beautiful.
yep.
Um, and that's kind of why I wanted to stick with it. And one of the big inspirations for the art style, I know this is going to be weird, but it was actually Warcraft 3, and that was the inspiration because Warcraft 3 is old. It's
Yep,
really old.
yep.
And despite being old and despite being 3D, artistically it actually looks pretty good even today. It looks like a pretty fine game. But
I
it's the
there
stylization that
there
sells
is
it.
there is quite a polygon, but it still stands out.
It's that stylization, and that's when I fell in love with stylization. It was actually Blizzard, because I realized through the art of stylization, things become immortal. No longer will you if you try to pursue the graphics race, you're just gonna lose. Because in 5 years, your top of the line AAA game looks like a potato compared to the next, graphics slut game, so to speak. So I didn't really want to go for graphics in the sense of I have the highest polygon count, my texture count's the highest. I wanted to go for
I'm
look at how
so
cool these sprites are.
tired about video games today that focus only on graphics and leave the gameplay completely bare. It's dumb. It's dumb. I much
Hmm.
prefer less beautiful game and more gameplay and more fun than just oh look, pretty picture.
Yep, and that's one of the things I like about sprites because sprites actually they're beautiful and they don't actually take up that much usage on the CPU, so
Yes,
the game will
yes.
be able to run on a lot of things because of that.
Did you test the game Loop Hero?
Loop Hero, yes, I did at request.
Yeah,
That was
it's
fun with the Necromancer class.
I love everything about this game. It's to me it's one of the gem I found recently, and it's the game runs on a potato. And
That's
it's
true.
fun as hell. Well, at what point you what at one point you can be invincible, but it's fun. It's fun. Even one day, one night to be specific, I was frustrated because I couldn't beat the angel boss, with the mirror and everything. And I was in bed like the Homer Simpson meme like and I fought and I fought and I fought and okay, if I do that okay, I get up, I play again, yes, fuck it.
Oh, I know the feeling where you just got to keep going at it. See, that's the heart of a good game, isn't it? It's challenging, it's frustrating, and you might even curse at it. You might even tell it to go to hell. But you know
Yeah,
what? You're
yeah.
still coming back 5 seconds later.
Yeah, and the story of this game is quite deep for what it presents and what it you know it's told in a weird way, and but it's awesome. It's awesome, and I really really like that game, and I think there is a vibe of a Loop Hero in what you present. To me, your game make me think about Legend of Zelda, of course, um, Loop Hero, and one another I miss. Uh, but yeah, it's in those realms of video game, and I think you have a potential for great success, man. Really.
Well, that's what we hope for, right? Got a long road ahead of us.
Well, not even a thank you, okay, I guess.
No, I appreciate the sentiment, but
No
I,
problem.
I try n- I
I
try
troll.
not to I try not to what's the word? I try not to assume we're there yet because we're not. We
Yeah,
have
I know.
so much work ahead of
And
us.
also, I'm sure you agree with me. It's not always easy to take compliment. Sometimes you say, I might appear too much humble, or I might appear too much pretentious. So what can I say?
That's always a hard balance to work in the PR side of things. That's true.
Yep.
But with our game, it's not necessarily like the feedback I'm looking for. Well, yeah, no, that's not entirely true. Feedback is everything, but I'm very careful on how I react to feedback because you have to be, because other people will look at that because everyone's watching and they're gonna be like, "Oh, he got head pats because he said good things." So I'm gonna
Yeah,
say good things, so I get head pats. So I'm going to try to not get too directly involved with rewarding people because that's going to only create a atmosphere of
yeah,
people will be like, "Oh yes, if I say nice things about Kibs' game, he'll be nice to me. If I don't, he'll hate me."
yeah. But I understand. And to be honest, I'm not on that level yet, so I will take that as a token of experience.
Well, thing is, all I have right now is I show people art and I just see what they say and like, that's cool or that's hot. If it's a certain character.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
I'm
okay,
still waiting for the full naked god with the big dick, bickus dickus.
biggest dickest, we'll see. I'll leave that to the fan art. I think they got that covered. I think I need to spend my money on
Yeah, yeah.
things that'll
But
actually end up in the game.
to just to finish about the art direction you got, yes, I think you're going for the right thing, and as I say again, the budget is not to be overlooked, and if you went full 3D, the budget will explode, just explode.
Yeah, and it doesn't really bring anything to the table. Why
Nope.
waste money on buying 3D models when I could spend more money on the animation budget and be like, hey, we even have more animations because there's more blood effects, more, different reactions when they're being stabbed, things like that.
Yeah, and also I think that going 3D might reduce some possibility of interaction of the player. Like we talked about that earlier, like with statue and painting of the past realms and kingdom and such like that. If you're going 3D, that would be expensive, as we said, but can you put so much, interactable object in the game?
So much interactable objects. Oh, like the amount of resources that could only handle so much stuff on screen, like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in a way that would affect it. For example, if you listen to the warfare mode video, which I assume you did, right? Maybe that one didn't figure out on there.
Warframe, I think not.
Okay, so in our game, we recently added a mechanic or a branch of the combat system called the warfare mode.
Oh yes,
The
yes,
war
yes, 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 yes. Sorry, sorry. Yes.
Yep, and then when like units make contact
I
with
I
the
understood the Warframe, the video game Warframe.
oh, that's a different thing
Yeah, yeah,
altogether.
yeah.
Yeah.
The warfare with the tactical map. Yes, yes, yes.
Yep, and then armies will be clashing because that when there's big decisions, I don't want the wars to be like the cutscenes were in Mass Effect 3 where they're just background animations. Like that's boring. I want the player to actually interact with the things. Like I want more player interactions. Like I don't want to show or well, that's not true. I want to show, but I also want the player to play out a lot of these experiences as much as possible. That's the thing I'm trying to juggle with like flashbacks or different lore pieces and history is like if you're familiar with like things like Skyrim, you pick up a book and it's got like a bunch of lore in it, right? But it's all text. I don't like that. I want to go a step beyond that. I want to have complete artwork presentations like a big giant storyboard sequence like with
Yeah,
I's Nightmare.
like the nightmare scene.
Yep.
Imagine you open a book and it's like a personal diary of one of the princess, and he told the story of the nightmare. And blam, you go to the cutscene with the guards who entering the room, etc. Yes, yes, I see what you
Yep.
mean.
And like let's say you get a book as well like and it's about a kingdom from a long time ago and I want art for that and the art will be like showing the old sunken king doing that thing like that's part of the song for the sunken king that we're working on with Robert or the thing that we're working on right now that I worked on today was the War of the Father, which takes place before the game started, back when it explains why Nidus abdicated for the throne. And I want to do an entire art piece as if it was like a whole storyboard of the entire story of that whole incident.
Yep. Yep, more budget. Again.
Oh, that's okay. See, Kibs has this all worked out. I told the artists no color, no finishing the renderings, just loose and sketchy. We can make as much concept art if we do it loose and sketchy, because making those full rendered art pieces are very expensive and very time consuming. So if we storyboard together with cheap, quick sketches like the Nightmare, we can put these together really quick, really cheap, really effectively, present it to the audience, see what they like about it, if it's worth investing in, finalize it, and then start getting them rendered out.
You talk also about voice acting. It would fit perfectly in this scene.
They would, except my wallet. Ouch.
Yeah, of course. But I'm not sure a voice actor cost so much. I'm not sure, but
Depends on the voice actor or actress you get and
yeah,
question.
and the amount of work. But you know, like 2 or 3 day tops for every fucking scene. I think it will do the job.
Yep. I kind of want to do the I'm gonna do the War of the Father. I was gonna do the Sunken King first, but there's some personal things that came up with some of the artists that they had to take care of, and so it just put a hindrance on it. And it's easier to do the War of the Father than the Sunken King, because the Sunken King is the Luminarian culture, and we only have some concept art of their architecture, their clothing, their sort of style, and so it's they have a lot more work to go. The War of the Father, we have the characters done, we just need them younger. We have the aesthetic of the Astrian Empire, we just need, a new setting, which we need to do the city of Helios, and that's going to be a lot cheaper and a lot easier to produce than, a whole new culture that has only a few concepts.
Mm, yep. More project again.
That's okay. Sometimes
That's
in order to make
the
progress, you work harder.
that's the motto of your life. You know, like StarCraft, we need more pylons. It gives it that we need more projects.
More little baby projects. I try to keep these things small, as in I do most of the heavy lifting, and then the art is, the second big thing.
Yeah, as it should be, to be honest. But yet, just to emphasize a little more about the voice acting, I think seriously, just an idea for Rando from the internet. Uh, Voice acting when you talk about you open a book, a diary, then the nightmare scene show itself to the player, and just a few lines with the content of the diary told by a person, like an old narrative, and then the princess wake and will rumble and the guards open the door, and would be just excellent, way
It
more
is,
immersive.
yep, it is something we have considered. For the initial draft of the storyboards, because I'll release these short stories on YouTube, and then the ones that go in the game will get touched up and polished up more. But the ones I'm going to put out on YouTube just as a test that I intend to do, I'm going to probably maybe commission my friend Arch to do just sort of a narrator work on it, because
Yeah,
he's done
he did
narration in the past.
very well with I think it was the Starship Troopers video.
Yep, he's also
And
narrated before with a friend of mine.
yeah, and just
Can't remember his channel.
the video, the lore video of Arch are just so good. I don't know if you listened to the interview I did with him.
I listened to it.
Okay.
You gushed, nerd.
Shut up, please. You know what? I don't know if you are still there with us, Arch, but I don't just want to watch the screen again. The Japanese schoolgirl who blush. I gotta fuck myself. But yeah. The thing is, I have very really hard time sleeping. Partially because of my autism, partially also because I have I don't know the word in English, but it's like a buzzing sound in your ear, and it's not curable, and so you live with
Oh
a buzzing
yeah.
sound. So I have to listen to stuff to just numb the noise in a way. So
Yep,
uh,
background noise. Gotcha.
voila, and then I listen to YouTube video of like for maybe 20 years now. Before it was not YouTube, but it was music or stories and stuff like that. So with Arch, I listen many video of him just telling lore of Warhammer, and his voice is very good. His pacing of words, his rhythm, the quality of the sound. It would be a perfect narrator.
Yeah, no, he definitely has the cut of his jib is definitely fit for being
Yeah.
a narrator.
And the thing that impressed me the most about his video, it's the vocabulary he used, the pronunciation. I could never tell he's a non-native English speaker. Never.
Yep.
On
His English is great.
Yeah, on the beginning of his YouTube career, yes, I could tell that, but when he got like his first or second intro, I'm mixing them up sometimes. He went just pro.
Yep. He just I can always tell he's Norwegian because I interact with him so much. And the real part that gets him is when it's vehicles. Because he'll say vehicles with a W. Is it we? The same thing with our friend Bubbles. I'm not sure if you heard him. Bubbles and Arch. They
I
both
think I never heard him his voice.
they're both really excellent English speakers, and both of them have been mistaken for being British. It's great.
Yeah, it's for Arch, we can tell is heavily influenced by British accent.
Yep.
I
His teeth.
don't know why, but
It's because they're right next door. Listen, he's being lazy. He could learn the proper American English.
yeah, but I was thinking about that one time, like he lived in England, or maybe he traveled a lot, or I don't know, but
He did travel a lot. I know he lived in Japan for quite a bit.
oh, I didn't know that.
That's why he became a weeb.
I very like enjoy anime and Japanese culture, but I'm not on weeb level, and I don't
You
want to
haven't
be.
become fully disillusioned. Yep. Anime is definitely I'm picky. I'm picky when it comes to anime. I recently started watching, what was it, Spy X Family? That is the first anime I've watched in probably a year. And I'm very picky. If I don't like the story or the characters or the humor, like I'm like one episode and like, nope, not watching
I
another one.
think the most recent anime I watched, like produced or anything, it was like the in the human body, like the red cell, the white cells, and you know the
Oh, yep, I'm familiar. That one was trending for a while.
yeah, it was quite funny, and also quite educational too. I learned some stuff. But it was funny, and with some stuff it got quite dark. Like the story of the cancer cell, it's what whoa. And this shit is produced every day in the body? I didn't know that.
Yeah. You get cancer every single day, but your body normally is able to successfully get rid of it.
Yep. So, I have finished my question. So, as the tradition goes, it's the last one for my question, and after that, there is an opportunity for the chat to ask questions. So, I will let you pick and choose on or like you want. So, my last question is: imagine if a jinn or a genie or something like that offered you a wish, anything is possible. Like visit another dimension, $30 billion, revive the dead, break the law of physics, whatever you want. What would you want?
See, this is gonna sound really dumb, but I would reject the wish. I don't necessarily want things to be given to me for free, because what made me get good at the things I've done was working for those things. The hard route is sometimes the best route.
Quite interesting response. You were the first one to ask that, to tell that. Arch told a different answer, but in a way similar. He said, if I remember correctly, I think he said, I wouldn't ask anything. So it's quite the same.
Yeah. It's just I don't know. The thing is, what made me the way I am, I understand, is the hardships I face. And if I'm able to overcome those hardships by just simply being handed things, I won't learn to appreciate the things I've worked for.
Yep, this is true. This is we are the sum of our let me start again. We are the sum of our errors.
Yep. And part of growing as a person is falling down. And honestly, I've gained a respect for failure because I have fallen down many times. But every time I get back up, I'm a lot smarter than I was before.
Yep. So, well, this is in a way the end for me. So I open the floor to the chat, and if there is some question you would like to answer, just go ahead. But I will just take this moment again, and I think I will do it again, to thank you again for coming, because it was really, really, really nice, and I learned quite a lot of interesting things from your experience. And it's always nice to see how other creators handle their craft. And even if we have many, many similarities in a few ways, we don't take the same route, and it's fun to see. It's like we do the same, but not entirely.
Yep. I had a great instructor who once told me that for art, that no artist has the same brushstroke. Everybody is unique. Even if you try to copy someone else, even if you try your hardest to become identical to something else, you can always tell someone's brushstroke is unique. And that goes for writing, that
Mm.
goes for anything.
There is a
Also,
question for me. When will I
oh,
breed you? And my answer will be whenever Kibs want.
oh, have you told your girlfriend about this? No. Think we've got blackmail now, guys. Oh my goodness.
It will
They
be
like
a
that one.
little squeakwets.
Ardito squeakwit. See, you're getting the terminology down. Ah,
Ah,
squeak. That's something we didn't talk about. Dumb words and nicknames. It's an important part of making things endearing, and you can always tell whether it sticks or not, you know? Like calling Fairman Fairbear. It sounds funny, and it
yeah.
uh, it makes things endearing.
The one I learn is if in the future I have a chance to talk with you and the guys, the bickering bunch, etc. I will call Hans Ketchup.
You will have a new enemy this time.
Yes, I know.
Oh. We all get nicknames. Hans just needs to understand that sometimes you get nicknames that you just kind of hate.
I don't
I
even know the story behind it and everything, but it's always funny.
it's a dumb story. So his nickname was Hans Davian because he joined the server right when I was still doing BattleTech, a lot of BattleTech stuff, and I called him Hans Davian, and he really liked the Hans part because he read read up on the character Hans Davian, and he was like, oh, he's kind of cool. So he kept the Hans name. And then I don't remember where it originally started, but I'm gonna take credit for it because I can. And the hands thing boiled into like hands, Heinz, and therefore ketchup because
Okay,
Heinz
yeah.
ketchup. And it was a dumb throwaway joke that would have probably never really stuck, to be honest, if it wasn't for his reaction.
Yeah, I
See,
know that.
the thing is, if you react like in a hyper negative way or try to reject something, the more your friends are gonna latch onto it. It's
Yes.
why Arch does it. It's why Bubbles does it. And like it's the same way, with like that's why I managed to keep the nickname Kibs. But Kibs was a nickname that I had gotten from a friend from a long time ago, and it just sort of stuck. So you get nicknames from people. Sometimes you like them, sometimes you don't.
I'm wondering what will be mine one day.
Don't worry, it'll be Frenchman because you'll hate it.
A Frenchman.
Maybe Charles.
Charles. Why?
Charles is French. Charlemagne. There you go.
Well, I live in the town. I will say in the French way, Namur, and there is a big citadel on in the center of the town, and I think Charlemagne lived there for a few years. I
See?
think.
Basically Charlemagne now. That's how that works. You inherit his titles too. You can declare yourself Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. There you go. Revive that. There you go. We can have all of Germany too. Ugh, cancer.
Another one I think is funny is when you talk about disco and there is always dumb names like Dinko or just, I don't know.
Dinko. Yeah. Like nickname. The thing about nicknames is they got to be catchy, they got to be snappy, and they most importantly have to be stupid. And as long as they fit all three criteria, you find yourself a good nickname. It's like why we call Squealy Squealy, we call Smashton Cuction, Rebert is Rebert, and like we get all sorts of them. Sala, we just he gets all we call him Sally.
I think I will call him Momo.
Momo, which one?
Salah.
Momo. Sounds very effeminate.
No, it's because the football player.
Momo.
Mohamed Salah.
Now let's see. We got a lot of silly questions. Will there be a Kibs add an NPC to his game named Neoth? I don't want to get sued to oblivion by GW. No. How many friendos are you currently grooming? Too many. Too many to count. Listen, the only way
I
to get
think
friends
I
is to
saw something on Twitter with V today or
yes,
yesterday.
the leaking DMs. Listen, I'm trying to hook up with these VTuber chicks, and he's making it difficult. Not kidding. Oh damn, VTubers. Good. Actually, I'm surprised. I went in with the thought that VTubers would just be the next phase of ethoughts, and while that's true to a degree for some, it's not definitely applicable to
I
all.
think I saw one or two that was, like you said, e-girl 2.0. But
Yep.
they did it in a way better way than the e-girls. And
At least they're putting effort in.
yeah, and they were way smarter too. I was impressed because I think I saw one, and I keep watching because I was intrigued and like what is it and keep talking. I want to analyze that. And she was talking about the anti-industry. She was talking about how the porn industry works, and it was way more entertaining, way more not intellectual but less dumb. So
it was
yeah.
some form of entertainment. It had value other than look at my tits,
Yes.
which is not particularly interesting as a topic of conversation.
And you know, if I want to because I never understood why people give money to Twitch thoughts and stuff like that. just go on Pornhub or I don't know. But yeah,
Uh,
it was interesting. You could watch that just for pastime without the sex and the eroticism and everything.
yep. I mean, it's I'm not sure if you've listened to many of the streams I've done with Arch, but we actually mentioned like one thing I've learned from doing YouTube and one thing I've learned from doing RPs and stuff is you begin to see a parasocial relationship
Yeah,
develop.
yeah, 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 and I agree
Yep.
with you.
And I hate that. I hate the parasocial relationship. That's why I created the Astrian Conclave. And one of the reasons, because there's many actually, and which is our Discord community, because I wanted to break the illusion of that parasocial relationship. Like, so I'm not put on a pedestal. I'm a person,
Mm.
and it's okay to talk to me as a person. I don't like that yes man attitude. In fact, Squealy and a few of the boys in the community there, when some people come in, because we do get them sometimes where people come in and they're like, "Oh, Kibs, the savior of the industry." It's like, firstly, that's wrong. Secondly, I haven't even made a game. Like, don't put me on a pedestal like that because that's inherently false.
What
And
I found the most interesting in what you said and what you just mentioned here with the accessibility of yourself on Discord and stuff like that is one, um, in a way I am in this parasocial thing because I really like listening to people play on YouTube and stuff like that because it creates the illusion I'm part of a friendship group. You see?
yep,
Well, at
and it
least in the past, I had this thing, and also many people today break this vicious cycle, by distancing themselves from the public, and so you can talk to them. It's impossible. They blocked every possibility to even like I do, propose an interview or just to talk or to make business like partnership or I don't know.
mhm. I mean, that's two winged, right? Some people, some content creators I've interacted with in the past are just shy.
Yep.
They're they very much have anxiety problems and they struggle when interacting with lots of people, especially when they start, going gushing because they don't know how to handle that. So as a precautionary method, they try to isolate or distance themselves because they don't know how to deal with that. And other people just do it because, well, they just want to do YouTube and it's just more like a business thing.
And there are also a third option is because I've witnessed it many times with the French YouTuber community. People are approached to propose interview and things like that. They just have a big ego, very big ego.
Yep. I mean, there's definitely quite a few factors when we get into that because egos are a big one. Like they're better than you, or you don't have enough subscribers to
Yep.
interact with. Like that's one
You are
that
not worth my time.
yeah, that one sucks. And the tricky thing is like I always hated that, and I'm always paranoid about that actual aspect because I feel like often I get so many messages and I try to interact with everyone, but I feel like often there's always that one or two or maybe three people that slip through the cracks and you're just not able to catch in time. And then you notice that, oh, they sent this person sent you 3 DMs and you never responded once. And it always hurts because it's like, oh no, like I'm so sorry. Like I just didn't notice you. You got buried. I'm sorry, my man. Like,
Yeah, yeah, but that's a reality people have to understand when you are contacting personalities on the internet. Just it's like the dating website thing, you know. A guy receive one message, it's like, oh my god, I received one, and girls, oh, only 20 today.
only 20 today. See, I try to get back to everyone because the thing is, if you put in the effort, just like you did, you put in the effort to contact me to do an interview. You put in the effort to listen to my ramblings about my product and my dream and whatnot. So of course I should at least do the bare minimum and try to, scratch your back a little, like here's a little scratchy, you know.
Yeah, you can scratch everything and anytime you want. I like scratching. I'm a
He's like,
squat.
I do have an itchy back.
Yes, very very itchy.
Need a back scratcher.
Yeah, but no, but uh, to have the perspective of my side of things, like a nobody who contacts someone, I have the fear that I might disturb someone, or say something that is taken the wrong way, or not expressing myself nice enough, or just being a little too pushy, and stuff like that. So it's my perspective, and I know that there is a part of that that is true, and another part that is just my anxiety speaking. But it's not that easy when someone never answer, or someone just say no, I'm not interested, by blocked. Okay, thank you.
I mean, at least you got a response, right?
Yes, that's the only thing.
It's better than being ghosted. Honestly, I kind of prefer the responses,
Yes,
even
me
though it
too.
sucks. One thing I hate is when they block you, or when they, because I've contacted many artists, or when you commission them, or when you pay them and they don't ever work and they disappear, or they ghost you and they never respond. I hate that because it's like you were like, oh, like it's one of those things where it's like I reach out to you to give you work and money and whatnot
Yep.
in exchange for this, and you can't even put in the effort to say, I'm sorry, but I'm just not really interested. That's honestly all you have to say, and you know what? Saying that is a kindness, because it's like, okay, I understand that you're not interested, and I wish you luck on whatever
Yep.
journey you're going on, and all the best. And you leave with a sense of dignity, and you leave each other,
There
with a
is
sense of like, yeah,
one
you're
that
going your separate way.
sorry, there is one that did that, but I took it very, very badly. And I don't know if it's me that imagining things, or it's just something wrong with that. Just for the context, so I reach out to a guy who is the assistant, in a way, of a big French YouTuber, and he does everything. He does casting for actors, he does accounting, he does ordering stuff for the filming and everything. He just take care of the guy, and I found that interesting, and I was willing to interview him to know how that works, and how he got that job and everything. I think it's an interesting topic, because he's not the only one who have such a role with a big name on YouTube, whether it's French or English, or I don't know. And he just answer no, thank you, a smile emoji, and that's it. And I didn't know how to interpret that, and I still don't.
Yep. It's also hard when you're the one that has to say no, because you're also trying to be like, all right, like I'm not really interested in doing it, or I don't like doing interviews. Maybe he's shy, you never know, or
Mm,
he's too busy, and he's like, okay, maybe no, thank you. And I think the smiley face is probably to indicate that it's he's trying to mean well intentioned. I would assume, but again,
mm.
I don't really know because linguistics can differ between French and other languages. Something might mean something completely different. There might be different, subtleties that you don't quite
The
know.
thing is, he's also YouTuber himself, so he's not, shy of camera and stuff like that. So there is a possibility that it's just, yeah, no, thank you, go fuck yourself. But I didn't write that.
I mean,
that
that's
that
generally the smart route. Try not to be the one that burns the bridges.
Yeah,
Let them do that
I
for
I
you.
think I think it may be a smug smile. So
A
there's that.
smug smile might
I
be over. You might be overthinking it just a pinch, though.
Yeah,
Honestly,
it's possible, but I could picture the guy doing that. I could. So well, but nevertheless, if he someday I contact him again and he say yes, I would be happy to interview, because I think it's quite interesting that today YouTuber need assistant. It's it's yeah, I think it's fascinating.
Well, some YouTubers are made up of a team of stuff, you know?
Yep.
Because Art's videos, like he had a composer do some of the custom music, he had artists do the artwork, and he was the one, I believe, who edited all of those together. But he has mentioned interest in getting an actual editor. Because again, it does help, because if you can offset some of that workload onto others, it helps with production. Same in the case of my game's development. One thing I learned quickly is having our other team members do other things means that I don't have to carry the weight or the stress of all those things myself.
Yep. And I'm just checking if we broke the record or not, because we passed the 5 hours mark. And yes, we did. Congratulations.
Kibs is number one for now.
Yep,
Someone might
5
try to break
hours.
my record.
And there was
Yep.
a question for you. Kibs, could you watch the new Text Talk Battletech? If yes, opinion. Opinion.
And the answer to that, Tex is really cool. Are you familiar with BattleTech at all?
I know the name, I know the basic setting, and that's it.
Okay, because I kind of want to
And
bring you
I
up to
know
speed.
it's old too. I know it's old too.
Old and crusty, yep. But Tex is a YouTuber on the same level of Arch. He does sort of like lore videos on the BattleTech things in a very entertaining way. And he's very good, very good. I highly recommend, if you want to get into BattleTech, that you give him a listen, because he's well mannered, well spoken, and
Well,
the guy has a big heart too.
the thing is, I'm not a big mech guy.
Listen, hold on
So
before you go any further. Like BattleTech, yeah, it's got the big mechs. And you know what? The big mechs take up all the art, and honestly, that sucks in reality. Because BattleTech is actually a lot more complicated than just big stupid mechs. There's actually lots of like neo-feudalism and politics in that universe with different dynasties and houses. And it's really cool.
try to
If you're
sell it more.
I know. If you're a fan of like the Holy Roman Empire, you know, you'll like that because it's a clusterfuck. It's just a disaster zone. But I find it really interesting as a universe just because of the politics, and the mechs are just a side background thing.
But I know that many YouTube Warhammer fans are migrating to BattleTech too.
Yep, I don't blame them. I mean, BattleTech is basically dead as an IP, but there's still some wigglings. Catalyst Games Labs occasionally makes things that I personally don't care about, but you know what details. But in regards to Tex's video, no, I probably won't watch it. Not because of anything in particular, other than the fact that I'm trying to stop myself from watching other people and reading other things, and start distancing myself from other what's the word, inspirations, and start forcing myself to be more creative myself. The issue is I'm very much impressionable when it comes to not necessarily writing, but more so like content creation for YouTube. And if there's certain things or habits, I tend to pick them up like ticks. So that would be a mistake to watch that. Well, it sucks because I actually really like his content and I'd love to watch it. I haven't watched his content in a long time, and I'm subscribed to support his channel, and I am a member of his Patreon to support him because he's the guy's, again, big fucking heart. Like this guy's a big teddy bear. But and he deserves so much love. But I don't watch his stuff purely because I do not want to be influenced. And when I make my things, I like my stuff to have my imprint, you know? Maybe it's a bit of greed.
No, I don't think so. Cause that's a thing I spend quite of time thinking about, is if you're not creating your thing, you are participating in creating the things of other people.
Yep,
You
that's
are a
kind of the same
consumer.
mentality. I don't like. So yeah, that's another thing I need to admit. So I don't actually watch a lot of YouTubers, and I avoid YouTubers who do things similar to me. Generally because I know what is I'm doing, and seeing other people do the same thing, I mostly go and instead of enjoying it, what happens is I start analyzing it and criticizing it and thinking of it in a sort of deconstruction way of like, okay, how did he do that?
Yeah,
Like, and then
yeah, yeah. No, I know what you
and
mean.
it's not fun to do as much. So the content I watch is like people like Tick or other historian channels that cover, the pike and shot era or other points in history, maybe antiquity or late antiquity, and or cover cuisine and food. I watch the content I watch is nothing like what I produce.
It's funny because I have the same thing. My YouTube channel is more like a big blog, to be honest. And I think I do everything in my power to confuse the YouTube algorithm because there is everything and its opposite in my YouTube channel. So the algorithm must hate me. And yes, what I watch is not even close to what I do on my channel.
Yep. And one final reason for the lad as to why I'm not going to is because I'm working on the BattleTech Reimagined stuff, and I'm trying to extract the core essence of what BattleTech is when I work on that, and try to get at the heart of what BattleTech is, and then convert that idea back to its core roots. Because BattleTech, as an IP, is actually very much inspired by Eastern Japanese mecha. And so, what I'm trying to do with the BTR project is I'm trying to get to the core essence of what BattleTech did, and then translate that back to its original form, back into a sort of 1980s inspired anime style of art direction. That's the point of that fan project. It's an excellent exercise for character art and character creation, and I'm trying to get at the heart of what these characters are, or these places or things, and try to recapture the essence of what made BattleTech to begin with.
I will go for like 5 or 10 more minutes, and I think I will stop the live because I'm starting to fall on my desk.
Ah, I know a perfect thing. Let's get into BattleTech lore. He's like, no.
No, but the thing
That'll
is,
put you to sleep.
I'm awake for close to 24 hours now.
Yes, you do need to get yourself some sleep because it's important to get rest because it's good for your heart. And staying up too late is not good for your heart.
Yep, and all other things too, like my brain. My brain is more the problem than my heart.
It is shutting down, as you might say.
No, no, no. It's well, the thing is when I'm not in good shape, like well rested, eat healthy, etc., etc. The anxiety and the fear and everything like that tend to be more visible.
Ah, I understand. But
I
yeah,
have
that's
a lot of tics like clacking the fingers or just do stuff like that. That's full autism right now. But
mhm.
it's okay for a little while. But yes, the if I go like 1 week or 2 weeks with full stress and nothing improve, yes, I am full autistic.
Yep. I can kind of empathize because the whole I don't know if you ever noticed, but I have a nervous tick where I laugh a lot at my own jokes, and I picked that
Yes.
up because I never had a lot of friends that I lived next to because I lived out in the middle of nowhere. My parents were divorced, and two places, a farm in the middle of nowhere and a house in the middle of nowhere next to a graveyard. So there was not a lot of kids, not a lot of interaction, so I just talked to myself. It was the only way to keep myself amused, and that's kind of where that tick developed because I would narrate things when I played Star Wars Empire at War or Supreme Commander or what was the other game? I can't even remember it right now. But I would narrate the little characters on screen and make stories for them in those RTS games, and
But
because I had nothing better to do.
you talk like when you were kids.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Because
That's
that was the only way to do it. So I started laughing at my own jokes because I thought they were funny, and I still do it now.
but that's actually quite common to kids having little monologue on their own or having imaginary friend and stuff like that. It's way more
Mhm.
common and less dangerous that we might think.
I hope so.
It's more like yeah, you are 10 years old and you still don't speak. This is problematic.
Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. We could probably one day, when Bubbles is famous, interview Bubs, and we can talk about all the many strange things he did as a child, because that one is a weird boy.
Yeah, but I've said before, and I don't want you to you know get ideas or stuff like that. I'm not searching to go into your friend circle or anything. I'm just doing the interview. That's already very nice.
Yep. I mean, I've seen you pop on by. And don't be shy on popping over to the Discord, because we pop in after streams.
Yeah, but I
Don't
I,
be
th- I think
shy.
I think you can tell by now that I'm not always good with people.
Hey, there's only one way to get good with being with
That,
people. It's
that's
beating the
right.
crap out of
That's right.
them.
Yeah, but you know the thing, like 10 years ago, which is quite a while, but still not as much because I'm going to turn 34 the May the 5th.
Yeah.
So 10 years ago, I wasn't able to go outside and do my own shopping. I wasn't able to talk to someone on the telephone, and I was afraid, like literally terrified, to play multiplayer games.
I understand that actually.
And fun fact, there is one big Total War Warhammer's Twitch guy that I play against once, and I was like, "Oh, is this you from ta ta ta?" And he said, "Yep, that's me." Oh, thanks, nice. This is quite a pleasure to play with you. And he said, "Well, pleasure for me to destroying you." And I was frozen, and I play like shit, and I was indeed destroyed. So yeah,
Happens. A little bit of banter. But honestly, the one thing is, right, when you're starting to get into it, because I used to have trouble approaching people too. Especially before I got my job, my part-time job at Burger King, actually. It's funny to bring that up, but that job actually did help me a lot with
yeah.
people interaction, because they put me on front counter, and like I was like, no, 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 don't put me on headset. I don't want to talk to people. No, 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 no. But I had to do it, and they forced me to do it, and I did it, and I was like, okay, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna smile at everyone, because if you smile at them, they have to smile, because 9 times out of 10 they'll smile back.
Yeah.
And so every time somebody comes in, I would just smile at them, and then they would smile back, but they'd also like look away, like, oh no, he's smiling at me. It's like, yes, good, I'm in control of this now.
Like Palpatine, I have the power.
Yes, yes, basically. And so you learn to just smile, because it's a
Yeah,
little
but
smile, a
uh,
courtesy here and there, you can control the conversation.
I do, like you say, efforts here and there to force myself to open up more and do, social things. Like I did some convention to sell my books, basically. I go into library to ask the owner if he can sell my book too, and like I did it to you, yeah, proposition of interview and things like that. So I do my best to break the bad habit and improve myself, but it's not always easy.
No, thing is, it never will truly be easy,
Yep, I know.
and that's the thing. You just gotta once you learn how to sort of handle, that's not the word handle. Once you learn how to sort of like the just your own sort of internal ritual about going about it, it gets a little easier. Like I like to break the ice with normally a little bit of like general playful banter, maybe
Yep.
poke at a friend if the friend's in there as well with a new person, be like, haha, Fairman, like just, something like that.
Yeah, but no problem. I will gladly pass some time with you if you're there. I am on your Discord and I join and I think I spoke a little, but yeah, no, not much.
Yep.
And the funny thing is for you, chat, one of the first thing Kibs did when I proposed him to do the interview, he say, "So your YouTube channel is bad because of that and that." Yeah, I know.
Yes, and I'm going to point that out to every person I meet because I remember first starting YouTube and I wish to God somebody would have told me like something because it was just me by myself, you know? And it's like, okay, so I made a promise to myself. Every content creator I see, I look at their channel homepage and I'm like, there's several things that could be like different here, like changing your homepage, doing these things, updating the descriptions, all these little things, actually play a role and actually do make a difference in your channel. You'll see better
Yep.
performance. And all it takes is a few minutes to set up too. Little bit and a little bit of elbow grease and bam.
I will do the Kibs accent. Yes, but I'm lazy.
That doesn't sound like me.
Yes, you do.
Trying to do a Kibs accent, trying to do a Midwestern. Europeans trying to do Midwestern accent is like the saddest thing. It's like,
Yeah, but
uh,
that's the tone and the shtick you do when you joke about certain things. You're like, yeah, but I don't like to.
don't want to. It's true. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I may do it,
It's
but I still might
especially
hate it.
with Arch, like you critique when he's not quick enough to load a map of the Scaven RP or to put up the text of the dialogue of a character. Yeah, Barch, what you showing, Barch?
What are you doing, Bart? Because the thing is, he slings shit at me all the time. This is justice. Any opportunity where he fucks up, you bet your ass I'll be there to profit
Well,
from it.
there is that this will be the final question of the stream. Renato wants you to critique his channel.
Robert, I'm sorry, Robert, you're not important. Okay. She's like, but I'm your composure. Yeah, you should have done that music for free. All right, let's. Honestly, I did look at your channel, and your channel's like. The thing is, I only do it to people who I look at and go like, that channel needs a little bit of polish on front cover work. Like I did that to Arch when I first met him. In fact, I actually gave Arch a lot of criticism, which is funny because Arch is like a bajillion times bigger than I am. But I ended up actually helping out with some of his organization and be like, you should do this, you should do this. And I got a lot of, I don't, yeah.
You see, I don't want to.
The thing is, if you look at Robert's channel, it's fine. The organization is fine. It's good. It gets the job done. All you have to do is just put in just a little bit of effort, and it all of a sudden the homepage looks nice. Because people will judge a book by its cover. They always do. They may lie.
Yep,
They're like, don't
yep,
judge a book by its cover, but they will. They
yep.
fucking will.
It's appearance. It's very important.
Yep. First impressions are what we call lasting impressions.
Well, I will conclude the stream with this, and yeah, unfortunately, people will judge a book by its cover. It's for that specific reason that I pay my drawer so much, and I want my art to be good.
Very good. A good reason to do it too.
Yep, and also because it's quite nice to have nice artwork. So, thank you again very, very much, my dear Sir Kibs, for passing by on my channel, and I really, really hope you had a good time with me. And
Of course, I'll do it again if you ask.
I will remember that. And thank you very much for all of the chat to have come to talk a little with us, and all the big celebrity to have passed by to like Disco and Arch. I will thank you very much and tell you have a good day if you are in Europe like me, like it's 6 a.m. and good night for my French in the US. Bye bye. Yep, it's done.
Look at that.